Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Mount Pleasant City Commission recognizes the Anishinaabe, whose ancestral lands the city stands upon today. We acknowledge the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe and recognize that the three bands of Ojibwe, Saginaw, Black River, and Swan Creek, resided on this land for over 200 years. Our acknowledgement of the full history of the tribe and our commitment to be good stewards of these ancestral lands is an expression of gratitude and appreciation to those ancestors who came before us. We give thanks to the generous care with which the Anishinaabe and those members of the Saginaw Chippewa Indian Tribe of Michigan have given and continue to give to this land and our community. Clerk Schmelzer, please take the roll.
Commissioner Alsager,
Here.
Commissioner Demarath,
Here.
Commissioner Perschbacher,
Here.
Commissioner Rollins, Commissioner Skalitzky,
Here.
Vice Mayor Eke,
Yeah.
Mayor Wingard.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. That brings us into proclamations and presentations this evening. First item, we have a proclamation recognizing Parks and Recreation Month for July. Don't be shy. Thank you all. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of Mount Pleasant. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being, and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities, such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education, are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. And whereas the city of Mount Pleasant recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Boomer Wingard, Mayor of the city of Mount Pleasant, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Mount Pleasant. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and great seal of the city of Mount Pleasant, Michigan, this 27th day of July 2026.
Good. So I'm going to take an opportunity to update two of our staff members today. Worked out very well. The first one that I'm going to announce is Allie Phillips. She is now our peak coordinator. She took over for Mary's after Mary got promoted. Allie has worked for the Peak Program since 2018, where she filled the roles of Peak Program Assistant as well as Peak Site Coordinator. Allie also recently worked at Shepherd Elementary, where she was a second grade teacher. Allie received her bachelor's degree in elementary education from Central Michigan University. Allie. Our second is Owen Cole. Owen Cole joined the department as recreation coordinator, and his role is mostly athletics, but we do everything, so he gets to do quite a bit. Also a recent grad to Central Michigan University, where he earned a bachelor's degree in sports management. Owen previously worked with the athletic department for Mount Pleasant Public Schools with the football and basketball teams. Owen is originally from Mount Pleasant and cares deeply about this community and the role recreation plays in bringing people together.
Thank you, Director Biscorner. That brings, checks off item number 2 and number 3 of tonight's agenda. That brings us to additions and deletions to the agenda. Are there any items members of the commission would like to add or remove to this evening's agenda at this time? Commissioner Demeroff?
Can we move,
Make sure you have the microphone.
sorry. Can we move, the approval of the minutes out of consent?
When we get to the consent agenda.
Okay.
Yep. Other members of the commission? Not seeing any, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made by Vice Mayor Eke and seconded by Commissioner Al Sager to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Before we just want to double check everyone's mics are working fine and everything. Need to be brought closer to us or anything? Okay. All right. Up next on the agenda, we have public input on agenda items. If you are a member of the public and would like to comment on any item that is on the agenda, please step up with a microphone. You'll be given 5 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, as well as the item you're speaking on. If there are multiple members who would like to speak, please feel free to form a queue in the lead up to the microphone. If you are on Zoom, please use the raised hand function to indicate you would like to speak. Are there any emails at this time? Gotcha. Can you let us know the items that are in the dais?
Should be an email regarding the chicken ordinance that's being discussed this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you
First
my,
time.
my apologies. You also have a email, or I'm sorry, a letter from Middle Michigan Development Corporation President and CEO as well too.
Thank you. Would this first speaker like to step into the microphone? You'll be given 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jake Boyd. I live at 214 North Lansing. I'm reading a letter presented by Abby Finney at 1311 East Andre. They write, I am sorry I am unable to attend today's meeting, but since chicken's on the agenda again, I once again wanted to submit a comment. In the new draft of the chicken ordinance, 91.15 Part D, it states that the coop and run must be at least 3 feet from any property line. At the last meeting where the chicken ordinance was discussed, it seemed to be the consensus of the group that the chicken run should be allowed to extend to the edge of the property line. As I brought up in the last meeting, if your dog can run to the edge of your property, so too should a chicken be able to do so. Having a hen run up to the edge of the fence does no one any harm, whereas dogs along a fence can be much more threatening and dangerous. Honestly, after reading over the new code, I am just left wondering why we are putting so many specific regulations on having backyard chickens. The ordinance for chickens is significantly longer and more detailed than that for dogs. There are no regulations about dog run and dog house locations, no permits or detailed plans of how and where you plan to care for your dog. There you go. There are no inspections for the dwelling of a dog or any other animal. Why are we proposing so much unnecessary oversight for the keeping of chickens? What we have already, language in the city code that covers neglected or abandoned animals, 91.01, loud animals, 96.03. While the following say dog in the current code, perhaps amending them to say any pet would make more sense than creating a complex ordinance that only covers dogs and chickens. Premises to be kept clean are covered in 9104, dogs running at large, 9101, noisy dogs and cats that are prohibited, 9102, and license requirements are covered under 9106. Number of household pets permitted are covered under 91.10. Again, this would perfectly be acceptable for chickens as well. She goes on to say, I love the city of Mount Pleasant. I hope all animals and people in the city are well taken care of. But at the end of the day, I believe it is the property owner's right to do as they wish on their property so long it is not harming others. Owning chickens is not harming others. We do not need to impose so much restriction around the keeping of backyard chickens. Thank you for your time. Abby Finney. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Katie Mora, resident at 627 Highland Street and also president and CEO for Middle Michigan Development Corporation. You should have received my letter as city manager since mentioned. But I also wanted to come in person and provide some talking points specifically around the PRD dissolution and the Crawford Broomfield rezoning conversation that's happening this evening. So thank you for the opportunity to comment. From an economic development perspective, this proposal addresses several longstanding priorities that directly affect Mount Pleasant's competitiveness and future growth. First, this proposal that I am hoping we will see move through this evening. This converts a decades-old planned residential development structure into predictable modern zoning. We discussed today at my office that one of my staff members is actually younger than what this has been in action for, which was pretty interesting. The existing framework has left some significant portions of the site undeveloped for many years. Establishing hardline zoning really does help to create greater certainty for property owners, for future developers and residents and the community. It also does this while retaining some flexibility. Mount Pleasant has limited land availability, and we need to ensure future space for not only housing, which is a definite significant need today, but also plan for the future as well. This proposal does directly support one of the city's most significant economic challenges, housing availability. The Mount Pleasant housing gap is approximately 1,529 minimum that we need in terms of houses for sale and rentals by 2029. So we know this is a significant need that we have, one that I am hopeful this particular project will allow us to start moving on today. Because we do have many other communities around us that are building housing in larger numbers, and that really does result in us having more commuters coming here to work, but not necessarily living within the city. And this is something that I think is really important. We are definitely in a race amongst our communities all across the state when it comes to housing. So this would allow us to start moving forward on providing some housing options. This proposal is also implementation oriented rather than speculative. The creation of a dedicated residential parcel creates a path towards near-term development activity and signals that this land can move from long-term vacancy towards productive use. Economic development over the years has become not just about attracting new employers. It's also about creating conditions that allow for people to live and work and invest in the community. Housing, infrastructure efficiency, and predictable land use patterns are definitely a part of that foundation. And without housing, it's really hard for our employers to have individuals who are reliable in terms of if it's bad weather, they live far away, it's much harder to get to work. And so we hear this pretty often from our employers that housing and childcare are two of our biggest issues. And so with this plan, my hope is that we move this proposal forward. I, at Middle Michigan, fully support this proposal in an attempt to help us move towards housing development. But additionally, to ensure that we have a plan for a variety of uses in this particular space. Right now, housing is a very big issue, but over time, we more than likely will want to have land available for specific uses that make sense for our communities. And I think that this plan allows us to envision amenities for our future. As we continue to have these discussions, I know that there's already been a lot of work on this particular topic, and there's been some compromise already. Additional acreage has been directed towards residential development while retaining space for civic and institutional uses. I think this represents a balanced approach that preserves flexibility while prioritizing housing opportunities. The particular additional land uses, yes, I know there's some discussion on what some of those spaces could be used for right now, but I think that long-term, there's a lot of different ways that we could utilize civic space. And so whether that's a library, whether that's municipal buildings, a park, a playground, there are many ways that we could make that a reality years down the road. So all of that to be said,
Thank you.
we support
Time's
this moving
expired.
forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Katie.
Hello, my name is Joseph Carrion. I live on 109 North Arnold Street. I want to come to talk about the chicken ordinance because I completely forgot I was on the agenda. Apologies. I usually make a speech for these things. But the main thing is, as I was conducting Pathway to School, as part of that is reading the biking ordinance. I'm not ignoring any of that stuff, but I did have time to look at the animal ordinance. And the question that just kept coming to my head was, how successful is the current ordinance? Because I know when I moved here, I came with a senior dog who passed away last year. I never registered him to the city. I had no idea that rule was there. I think the public deserves to know how successful the dog ordinance is specifically. How many dogs are in the city compared to how many are actually registered? How useful is the ordinance as it is right now? Because the more I look into this, it just seems like a waste of time to continuously look at this chicken ordinance when we don't even have a successful dog ordinance. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marja Notstein. I live at 1361 South Crawford, and it's reference to number 12 on the, I guess on this tonight, on the public hearing. In 2001 and 2, I taught at the Morey Charter School close to Wademan. There was a K-12 program there, a new building, multiple gyms, and plenty of land. In the late 1980s and into the 90s, there was a K-12 school at the Baptist Church. Both of these schools seem to be quite strong, and now both are just memories. 10 years ago, my son taught at Boyne Falls School near Boyne City in northern Michigan. There was a thriving sports program, K through 12 curriculum, preschool, a beautiful new school with hundreds of students. Presently, it is struggling with a graduation class of 4. Specialty schools and schools in smaller communities from which to draw students seem fine for a while, but many falter and die as teachers and leaders leave and their children graduate. At the southwest corner of Mount Pleasant, the 20 acres is zoned only for CZ and a private school use. It will always be lost to the city for its housing needs and tax base. The supporting churches will always use it for their own needs, even when or if there is no school, while each church already has plenty of land and large percentage of empty buildings during the weekday. I love beautiful churches. I take pictures of them all over the country and the world. And I'm not saying this against churches, but I believe you are wasting the few precious acres left in Mount Pleasant for homes and wasting the zoning ability you have. I'm not sure the supporting churches know how much they are hurting the future city. I'm thankful that there is a new possibility for zoning at the southwest corner, but I also feel the school should be a buffer area in the middle between a controversial business area with traffic, parking lights to the east, parking lot lights to the east, and apartments to the west. And the homes or residents should be to the west. I look at Vowels as an example of how a school buffers my neighborhood from a number of 5-bedroom residences and apartments and parking lights. And recently, the church across the street from me put up an all-night parking lot light, which shines into my living room and bedroom windows every night. Homes and parking lots need buffers between them. This new possibility means people are thinking about new housing shortages and giving up our tax base, but it needs additional planning. And the public hearing is too late. When you make this 15 acres, your residential, and this the school, this residential area next to this businessy area is proposed with parking and lights, noisy. This is all apartments down here. Who wants to have all of their houses backing up to a big apartment complex? The school needs the buffer and put the homes over here against nothing. This is this field over here. Nothing down here as we know it right now. Possibility of residential someday down there. The two of those would flow together very well. This is a terrible place to have a driveway into a business. I don't know what anybody is thinking, but a couple months ago, there was speaking of Broomfield on the east side of Mission and how busy it is over there with all those offices and those apartments, and the road is a mess. That's what this is going to become also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Engler. I live at 2303 Amber Lane, Mount Pleasant. I'm a lifelong resident of Isabella County. I grew up on a farm west of Mount Pleasant. I've been a real estate broker in this area for over 40 years. Broomfield and Crawford, for the 40 years I've been a real estate broker, there have been multiple efforts to develop this land. Many of the projects would have been great additions to the Mount Pleasant community. The same group of residents have been in opposition of all of these projects. Most of the opposition lives at least a quarter to a half a mile away. The proposed Central Christian Academy will be a positive addition to the community. The property and economic impact, brand new educational facilities, raise local residential property values and attract incoming families, typically 15% increase in home values for homes surrounding the school. Local business growth, commercial businesses see increased foot traffic and patronage from parents, teachers, school events. Social infrastructure, new schools serve as community hubs for hosting local meetings, youth sports, gatherings that foster social capital. That's from the Kresge Foundation. Modern facilities, new buildings expand access to updated technology, green recreational spaces accessible to the public outside of school hours. Job creation, typical school of this size, the phase one of this will create 15 to 20 full-time jobs for our community. These would include teachers, support staff, administration, and in addition to the building of the school, we create construction jobs. The Mount Pleasant community needs jobs. I've been part of building a lot of subdivisions in the Mount Pleasant market, including a mobile home park. I recently priced a road for a small subdivision. The bid for the road, including sewer, water, and sidewalks, from a well-respected contractor was $1,125 per foot. That means a typical 100-foot lot, the cost for the road, sewer, water, and sidewalks is $67,000 a lot. That's not the land, that's not the engineering, That's just the road, sewer and water. So when you factor in the cost of building a house is $200 to $300 a square foot, you're looking at $500,000 to $600,000 for a 1,700 square foot home. So we can talk about homes all we want, but we need jobs first. And I think creation of 15 jobs and a nice new school out there would be a benefit to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Mike Hinkle. I'm the owner of the other corner on Crawford and Broomfield. It'd be the northwest corner. So I own the Bravado Apartments, 1002 West Broomfield Street. That not too long ago was, just a vacant piece of land. Forgot to be mowed, just kind of sitting there. Now we have 100 trees on it. We have 60 residents living in there. I think it was a good asset to the community to have that lot developed like that. And then how they were going to bring in the school and everything for the other lot. I think that'd be a great asset to this community. Like Jim was saying, as much as you want houses there and this and that there. I mean, building a house is very, very expensive. You're probably paying double what you would pay for a house on the market right now. I just think that school, again, it brings in jobs in the community. Mount Pleasant, with everything happening with Central Michigan University, I think we need all the help we can get to try to bring in more jobs, bring in more community, just anybody that's willing to develop a vacant piece of land like that that's not doing anything. I think it's a huge benefit for this community. I have my son Harvey with me. I've pregnant wife, a little girl, a little 5-year-old girl right now. We really want to stay in this community. With everything happening, it's hard. It seems like every year it gets harder and harder to, have a good life in Mount Pleasant. Just with universities down 50%, that's kind of one of the big economic draws of this town. So I think just, stuff like this, the school coming in the community. Again, my property is right across the street from it. I'm all for it. I'm sure that they would develop it. They would do everything correct. It's a busy intersection. My office is actually right on the corner there. I mean, that light never gets backed up. I know during school time, I feel like they'll be able to meet the necessities of that area when they're building the school and everything. So, I'm just here to show support for that development. Thank you. Thank you.
There's someone who's had their hand raised on Zoom for a while.
Yeah.
Do they go now or do they go?
So if we want to, do you have any public comments or is it just?
Yep. My name is Ernest Peters from 516 North Kinney Avenue. I just wanted to share my support for the project. I'm related to Ed, who is one of the property owners, but I'm not directly involved. But, I look at this, I've been in the real estate business for a couple of decades. I'm not a real estate genius by any means or of anything. I think Katie Moore already said a lot of the things that I was, I would look at. But, just from a sheer stance of support, the planning commission's got a lot of time and effort into this. There's a lot of people who've made a lot of concessions. There's been a lot of adjusting to make this work based on prior public comment and working with the city and everything. And I think it's just overall, schools, just from a very, very high level view, schools normally do nothing but bring value to adjacent properties. They attract people that work, people that want to, have their kids go to a different school. There's also, from a zoning standpoint, getting things done on that corner would be great. One of the things that I see a lot in another state that I work in is the neighborhood center concept has gotten really attractive. And, I think given how many households are down there, that'd be a pretty amazing fit. And there's been some interest in that. And, I think if you had a coffee shop and a place where you get necessities and all that kind of thing, I think there'd be probably a lot of people who would want to use that in that area. And there's, if you attract more homes and you've got a school there, that's even got a better concept. And I think everybody would really enjoy that. But, my biggest thing is just voicing the support. knowing that, there's a lot of, I think there was a handful or a couple hundred letters written in that showed support of it. Not all of them were from Mount Pleasant, which I think is interesting because that might be people that we could maybe over time get into the city that we don't have now because they're in support of this concept. So, yeah, appreciate y'all. Sorry if I interrupt anything by mentioning the person on Zoom, but just want to make sure they didn't get skipped. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David McGuire. I live at 416 South Washington Street. I've been a real estate investor in this community for over 40 years. I've served on the city commission, the planning commission. I've been involved with a lot of these projects through the years, and this PRD, unfortunately, is a 30-year failed experiment. I'm sure most of you haven't been or don't remember, but the PRD came about, and originally we were looking at, there was a opportunity to have a golf course on that corner where all those apartments are now. There was going to be a golf course with several condominiums around it, some apartments, etc. And the group that always shuts things down on that corner was able to get very vocal and shut it down. And one of the arguments at the time was, well, they're not really going to do that. They're going to do something else. Well, if you drive down Lincoln Road off of M20, there's a whole bunch of condos on one side of the road, and there's a whole bunch of condos on the other side of the road. And those were built shortly after that thing was turned down. Those people were going to build condos and they built them. They just didn't build them in the city of Mount Pleasant. So we don't get any of that tax revenue. We get tax revenue off of vacant land that's been sitting, well, a whole bunch of apartments that we thought no one would ever build, and they just filled the corner with apartments. That was one of the arguments. Oh, they won't really do that. Well, they did. So we have a whole bunch of apartments there, and then we have a whole bunch of vacant land. The experiment failed. Please batch the experiment. One of my concerns is everybody's talking about a school. They're talking about this. They're talking about that. I mean, I'm sure you folks are aware. We got two different things going on here. First, we batch the PRD. Then we decide what we're going to do with the property. But I would hope that everybody can admit that the PRD failed. It didn't work. So do something else. If you build a school there, great. Whatever you want to do, but do something else, because 30 years is long enough for an experiment. It didn't work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. After this next in-person speaker, if you want to step up, we'll have the switch to Zoom then at that point.
My name's Andrew. I live at 629 South Lansing. I'm not a real estate developer in the city of Mount Pleasant or anything like that. I've just lived here for most of my life. And I think the city needs more residential space, plain out. I've heard a lot of talk at some of the city council meetings back and forth about whether or not to put a church there and town center stuff, and all that stuff sounds really nice. But someone just stood here and said that it's gonna maybe employ 15 to 20 people from the community. And the town center would probably be pretty self-serving to the church that owns all of that, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, and that's fine. If our community desperately needs housing, can we afford to do something other than housing? Is the only thing that was on my mind. Thanks for giving me a minute to talk.
Thank you. There was a Zoom speaker, I believe, at this time. I believe it's.
Yes, my name is Benjamin Deal. Oop.
Yep, the floor is yours, Ben.
All right, my name is Benjamin Deal. I'm with Allen Edwin Homes. 895 Clyde Court, Byron Center, Michigan. We are currently under contract for a portion of that property over on Broomfield. We're in support of RD zoning that's currently in place. and for it to eventually revert to some other residential zoning. We've been engaged for a few months now, doing some high-level studies of how we can deploy single-family homes to that site. As it stands now, though, with the zoning that is currently in place, it doesn't offer us a predictable path for development. So we would strongly support the removal of the PRD and eventual adoption of hopefully some residential zoning for that area. Conceptually, right now, we are aiming at trying to build 50 plus single family homes on that site. If we receive the appropriate zoning ordinance, and these are single family homes, they're not attached, and they are for sale, and a portion are intended to be provided to the missing middle segment of the population. The folks who make 80 to 120% of area median income. But that can only happen if we get appropriate zoning. So I appreciate you guys considering this, and we are in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on Zoom prior to switching back to in-person speakers? Okay, thank you. Our final speaker wants to step forward.
My name is Renee Papelian. I live at 1408 North Drive here in Mount Pleasant. And I just want to take a few moments to talk a little bit about educational migration. And that would be families that would desire to move into a community because it has some educational choices. People moving to a community with varied educational choices refer to that as school migration. And it is a trend influenced by various factors, including the availability of high quality public schools, private schools, charter schools, and other educational options. So I just want to quickly go over just a couple of things. The quality of education is a reason for many families to move into a city. And I believe that this new school would allow another educational choice for families that desire to align their values with a particular school. It does also impact communities, increased demand for housing. Communities with high-performing schools or diverse educational options experience increased demand for housing, which can drive up property values, and this is referred to as the school district effect. Research findings, a report by the Brookings Institution, found that school quality is a significant factor in housing decisions, with many families willing to pay a premium to live in a neighborhood with top-rated schools. The National Bureau of Economic Research study indicates that families are more likely to move to areas with greater school choice options when such options are available and well publicized. The study also found that the presence of charter schools, vouchers, can also, this is a nationwide study that does have an influence on families moving to a community. Just overall, I'd just like to say that we believe that it would bring great value to the city, especially to families that are looking for different educational options. One other portion just to respond to in terms of does a private school take any public school students away? And there have been quite a few studies on that. The private school enrollment is relatively small. Nationally, it's about 9 to 10% K-12 students attending private schools, while pretty much 90% or over attend public schools. And even substantial growth in private schools affects only a very small portion of the overall student population. Private schools often serve students who are never enrolled in public schools, such as homeschooling, preschool or kindergarten entry. They begin in a private school. Families relocating from other communities to a community that offers a private school that aligns with what they sense and their values and what they would like to have their children attend. And then also from students transferring from other private schools into a community. So I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Thank you. We have one last speaker queued up. We'll now heard from, I believe, a total of, this will be our 13th speaker here. Probably cut it off at that point unless there's any objections to that from members of the commission. Let's go ahead.
Good evening, commissioners. My name's Ed Peters. I live at 4240 East Millbrook Road. I'm a lifelong resident of this community. I've been here for my family's been here for about 4 generations. I own three of the 5 parcels that are in question here. About 2.5 years ago, I was approached by members of 4 local churches: the Potter House, Mount Pleasant Community Church, Central Church, and the Victory Church. They had all consolidated together with the goal of building a Christian school. Think about that. That's 4 different churches, 4 different denominations, 4 different congregations coming together with the common cause of building a school for our children of our community. I think that's pretty great. And I got to sell some property, so that even makes it better. But anyway, we worked with the city about a year ago, presented a plan that was unanimously approved by your planning commission and then turned down by the city commission over concerns of the school footprint being too big, no current planned housing. So now we presented you with a plan that we reduced the school footprint by 30%. You just talked to Ben, who's with Alan Edwin Holmes. That was who I'm under contract with right now. Then, like he said, they're going to build, their plans are to build about 50 homes. They're all owner occupied. And I saw the floor plans and they're very nice homes. I had to give up 4.5 acres of master plan commercial property to make all this work. So everybody's made concessions here to hopefully get this deal done. CMU has agreed to do a land swap with me. That we had to do that in order to make all the roads and infrastructure line up. So I tell you, I truly believe this school and this rezoning will be an addition, a great addition and benefit to our community. And I wanted to let you know also I made a decision, even though I have a signed purchase agreement for $500,000 with the Christian Academy, I have decided to publicly announce I'm donating the land to the Christian Academy so we can get this thing going. Well, I really appreciate your support and hope we can count on you to get this thing done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other final comments from members of the public at this time? Again, we have heard, I believe now, 13 speakers. Is my count 13 or 14? Any other raised hands on Zoom? Okay, any emails? That I'm going to go ahead and close public input on agenda items. Move into receipt of petitions and communications. This evening, we have number 4, minutes of the Planning Commission from June. We have number 5, minutes of the Airport Joint Operations Management Board from May. We have number 6, our sister city exchange packet. And number 7, survey of appointed and elected boards of and commissions using the questions provided by the Appointments Committee. And that will then bring us into our consent agenda this evening.
Hannah, did you want to say something now?
Yeah. I'd like to move the approval of the
Oh,
minutes.
you wanna?
I'd like to move the approval of the minutes out of consent.
Number 8.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, so working with the consent agenda, if there are any items we can, members of the commission wish to have removed, they may be moved into new business. So we will take number 8, approval of minutes from the regular meeting held July 13th, 2026. Move that to the end of new business after number 17. So number 8 will be, again, the approval of the minutes. Are there any other items members of the commission would like moved out of the consent agenda at this time? Any questions or discussion?
No.
Okay. Not seeing any. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Okay. Motion made by Vice Mayor Eke and seconded by Commissioner Demarath to approve the consent agenda as amended. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. The other 2 items, if I might make an amendment. Questioning members of the commission. Let's see, I want to confirm that number 9 and number 10 were read as part of the consent agenda. Actually, I think the jump to the amendment, I don't know if the consent agenda was read.
Didn't ask.
No. So, yeah, in that case, reading that briefly back, if there's no objections, the items in the consent agenda were number 9, approval of minutes from the closed session held July 13th, 2026, and number 10, approval of payrolls and warrants. That'll bring us into new business this evening, which is number 11. Consider approval of the termination of the Planned Residential Development Agreement, PRD, for the southwest corner of Crawford and Broomfield Street. Manager DeSense, if you want to make any introductions for us.
Absolutely. So we have our Director of Planning and Community Development, Manuela Povi-Daiku here. She's going to provide a presentation on this and the following items as well, because they're all interrelated. City Commission is asked to take each item at a time, but they are all interrelated. That said, I will hand it over to Ms. Povi-Daiku.
It's just gonna take me a minute here. The laptop is completely black. I think I'm getting it. All right, so I got it. I already want to thank you for your attention. Take me a minute to go through the actions, but good evening. After a very long process, I'm happy to be here today to present the Crawford Broomfield alternative proposal. So the agenda that I have for you tonight, because of the 3 items, I'll do one presentation as Manager DeSense mentioned. So I'll do a quick overview of the site. Then I'll go through a recap of the recent efforts. Then we'll be introducing formally the rezoning, so the map amendment and the zoning text change proposal that accompanies that amendment. I'll then bring forward the revised PRD dissolution agreement for your consideration, and then close with the requested action, which will be 1, to approve the PRD dissolution agreement, and then set the public hearing for the map and text amendment at the August 24 meeting. All right, so as a quick overview, this is an area-wide rezoning that is also a city petition to rezone the 5 parcels located southwest of Crawford Broomfield from planned residential development, PRD, to hardline zoning, which include acreage set aside for housing development, mixed use, civic, and university uses. The current uses on the parcel are agriculture. Some of it is vacant, the wooded parcels in the end. And then there's also multiple family development, which is the West Point Village. So this is what the existing zoning map for the area looks like. Highlighted in yellow, you can see that the whole 157 acres is zone PRD. This is the last area zone PRD within the city limits. This is the proposed alternative rezoning designations and their boundaries, which I'll walk you through tonight at a greater detail. These are the current conditions of the Crawford Broomfield corner, parcel 17303, which is the area where a mix of uses will be permitted, commercial, residential, offices, or a mix, under the CD4 designation. These are the current conditions of parcel 17300, where West Point Village is located along Crawford Street. Proposed zoning is CD4, but with the residential only restriction, so housing only. These are the current conditions of parcel 17305, located along Crawford, south of West Point Village, where the proposed zoning would also be CD4 with a residential dwelling use only restriction. Going towards Broomfield, this is the current condition of parcel 17304, where the proposed zoning would be partially civic zone and partially CD4, residential use only. And finally, parcel 17304, owned by CMU, where the proposed zoning would be the Special District University, but converted to CD3 should the property or portion of be ever sold. All right, so as you know, we have started the rezoning process for the area all the way back in 2023, when we also developed the project mostly throughout 2024 with the Planning and City Commissions. So after several work sessions with the Planning Commission, staff filed for Z2401 and the accompanying text change to address the Simeon property. Although the Planning and City Commission approved the PRD dissolution agreement and the Planning Commission approved the rezoning or recommended approval of the rezoning, the City Commission ultimately voted down in a tie 4-3 vote due to concerns with the acreage that had been set aside for civic uses. As such, after waiting for 1 year required per the zoning ordinance, the city hired a consultant to moderate the Planning and City Commission joint work session, which happened on November 24, 2025. At that meeting, many options were provided to the commissioners. Staff ultimately was directed to negotiate reducing the civic zone designation by 5 acres. As a follow-up, on December 8, 2025, the City Commission met and further instructed staff to negotiate a greater reduction of 10 acres, aiming for a 21-acre civic zone. Staff worked then with the Planning Commission property owners on the alternative proposal, which was introduced at the actions at the Planning Commission June 4th meeting. And after a public hearing, received full support from the Planning Commission with the PRD dissolution approval and recommendation to the City Commission for approval. So now I'll take the time to report on communications from that public hearing as required by our zoning ordinance. There were 2 communications received. One was a package with 247 petition letters to support the rezoning. So staff analyzed the petition reported addresses, with most of them, 150, being located within the city limits and surrounding areas like as Shepherd, Weidman, Rosebush, Clare, Alma, and Blanchard, and Midland. The second communications is a letter from the Middle Michigan Development Corporation from the President CEO, Katie Mora, also in support of the rezoning. At the public hearing on that day, we also had comments. We had 4 comments in total, 1 in opposition, and then 3 in support of the rezoning. So to present the alternative proposal in greater detail, I have included this chart, which is both in the packet and in the presentation, and then highlighted the portions that are different from the 2024 proposal. After the feedback provided by the commissions, the 2026 alternative proposal includes reduction of the acreage towards civic use from 31 to 21 acres, reduction of acreage going towards commercial or mixed-use developments from 12.1 to 7.88 acres, an increase of acreage going towards residential uses only by an additional 15 acres. Just so you can visually compare the different proposals, I'm showing the 2024 and 2026 proposed zoning maps side by side on this slide. Aside from the acreage changes, the alternative proposal includes, as you can see in the image on the right, first, the shifting of the main axis for the CMU parcel from the west edge of the rezoning area towards the center of the new neighborhood for a more efficient and sustainable use of the land. So in this case, the 2024 proposal shown here on the left would lead to an eventual construction of a thoroughfare through the west boundary of the site that would really just function to access the CMU parcel. In the 2026 proposal, that thoroughfare is shifted to the middle, allowing a main street access to the new neighborhood to take vehicles and pedestrians to all the surrounding developable parcels. The 21 acres of civic zone to the west, parcel A, 15 acres for housing, the housing parcel, which is it's parcel B here. The 54 acres of university future housing parcel to the south, parcel E, and then eventually to also connect the area behind West Point Village Apartments, parcel D, to the east. So this zoning plan also locates the commercial node closer to the residentially zoned areas to increase walkability in the area, which is both a master plan and a zoning ordinance goal. Residential uses close to commercial nodes help increase pedestrian traffic, which helps support future office and commercial uses, and it also encourages residents to walk to services and commerce as opposed to drive. So that you can visualize the rezoning proposal mathematically, I'm bringing a summary of the district designations and permitted uses by acreage. Out of the total 157 acres, this proposal will be rezoning 47% of the land to residential uses, 5% to mixed uses, commercial, office, residential, or mix, 14% to civic uses, and 34% to university uses. This is due to the current university ownership, which per subsequent action, the text change to C 2602, if approved, land could be converted eventually to residential uses if the property gets ever sold. So due to the discussions brought forward by the commission and the public, I'm also synthesizing the housing capacity that this alternative proposal will unlock. This is really an exercise that city planners go through to analyze its current zoning designations and if there is a need to do upzonings. So from the 73 acres zoned for residential uses, which is the 47% of the total acreage, 46 acres is currently vacant, so that represents 30% of the rezoning area, and 70% is the West Point Village apartments. Basically, that means that with the alternative proposal, 1,610 dwelling units would be permitted on the vacant land under the proposed rezoning, which is CD4, without even including the corner parcel that could also be done with housing developments per zoning. That represents more units than the citywide housing gap of 1,500 units, which is the projection by Bowen National Research for 2029. And then, in addition to that, if we do a citywide analysis of current vacant parcels, another 2,850 units are permitted today within the city limits. So with the rezoning, a total of 4,460 units could be developed within the city limits before we even need to start looking at redevelopments as a way to grow. This is more than half of the units that the city currently has. We have 8,252 units, meaning that the city would be permitted to grow with a rezoning by another 10,000 inhabitants within its current footprint. So now I will cover the rezoning in the 12 criteria. So the first criteria speaks to consistency with the city's master plan. Per the future land use map, this area is flagged for low-density residential uses, including detached and attached homes, and low-intensity mix of uses, including commercial or office at the corner. It is important to highlight that the future land use map is silent on areas where institutional uses and community facilities could be introduced, not just in the area here represented, but citywide. Looking at the zoning ordinance's intention and master plan objectives in Book 5, the proposed rezoning, together with the removal of the PRD, will help achieve a mix of housing types, while activating the corner of Broomfield's frontage with a mix of uses that encourage walkability. That aligns with goals 1.1, 1.7, 3.8, all of which aim to encourage new development that places a wide range of the population in close proximity to essential services. In addition, the alternative's proposal adjusted boundaries respond to the current development efforts in the area. As stated in the master plan, the land use designations on the map are generalized. They are not intended to be site-specific or to follow specific property lines. As such, there is the ability for us to respond to the current development opportunities, which in the nearer term could include the construction of a new school and a new single-family homes to the area. Those anchor developments, together with the potential to centralize access, will help us spur development elsewhere in the property in the future. A new neighborhood in Mount Pleasant, it's not really just a goal, but also a need. Opportunities exist in attracting workforce that currently work within the city limits, but not yet live here. While each worker may have their individual reasons for not living in the city of Mount Pleasant, a seller's house market does not help. Per Bowen's report, the city's currently availability rate of single-family homes is only 1.2%, where a healthy market would be around 3%. Non-conventional rentals, single-family homes, duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, which are more geared towards families, is even worse, with only 0.6% currently available. When we analyze our demographic trends, we see more and more workers calling Mount Pleasant home, with a 25% increase in persons aged 35 to 44 years old, when the state saw a decrease of 7% in that same category. As such, the proposed district designations, together with its allowed list of uses, will help fill market gaps gearing towards families and young professionals, a trend we are currently seeing and missing out. So designated for residential institutional uses since 1980, the site is now planned for a mix of uses that will serve adjacent neighborhoods. Future development proposals will undergo individual case-by-case environmental reviews following initial site clearances from state and federal agencies. However, at preliminary level, staff did not find any environmental concerns with those mappers that we have there available. Next, regarding compatibility of proposed uses within the surrounding neighborhood, the proposed rezoning aligns with surrounding residential and institutional uses, ensuring compatibility through restricted CD4s, SDU, and civic zone classifications that maintain current development patterns. And I would just note here that our zoning ordinance, the character-based form code, is really designed to make sure that we are basically taking context into consideration. We have very detailed design standards, all the way from block sizes to thoroughfare to design and landscaping, to make sure that it's all going to be very catered to the surrounding area. While allowing for limited commercial expansion, the proposal mandates site plan reviews, public hearings, and potential traffic, environmental, and property value studies for new developments of higher intensity, while requiring an addition of sidewalk infrastructure, which is a much needed improvement for the area and some of the concerns that we heard also from the public members in 2024. Also, the capacity of city utilities and services is managed through a mandatory case-by-case site plan review conducted by the Division of Public Works. The City Engineering Office distributes all proposals across all DPW departments to check infrastructure limits, ensuring any capacity inefficiencies are flagged and resolved by the applicant as a condition of project approval. Regarding demand for the proposed list of uses that would be permitted, one concern that was brought during public comments is the last rezoning's application about the corner being allowed for commercial uses and vacancies that exist here in the city. This alternative proposal reduces the acreage that goes towards mixed use. But I'll also say that it continues to address high demand for diverse housing and walkable commercial spaces in Mount Pleasant. Speakers had pointed out that vacancies across the street and on Mission were very high, but data finds that the 9% vacancy rate actually helps achieve local business growth, and it's an important aspect to consider. Plus, the city is implementing the 2020 master plan and the pedestrian shed tool, which is a mapping tool to place where new retail within walking distance of neighborhoods would be located. And this area does need a node here. As you can see, we don't have another one. Next, the rezoning boundaries directly align with the proposed tax parcel updates that are considered reasonable for the area. All future site construction must strictly adhere to established district standards, so the CD4 SDU and civic zone, which regulate density, building design, lot occupation, and site circulation. The requested zoning district designations, they align with the master plan goal and the future land use map because they also align fixed hardline zonings. Rather than amending the text, which would trigger unintended citywide consequences, the Planning Commission has opted to map the civic zone particularly here, so it properly integrates and regulates institutional uses within the neighborhood, as opposed to allowing institutional uses anywhere where it's residentially zoned already. The requested zoning will not create an isolated spot zone because it encompasses a large 157-acre area designed as a cohesive and planned neighborhood. The acreage is distributed across complementary uses that directly align with the master plan. The current request also satisfies the timing rules because the previous rezoning application, Z2401, was submitted over 1 year ago. So no addition review factors also have been noted by the planning or city commissions. Although not included in the 12 criteria, there were several public comments that have been addressed in 2024 and 2026, raised concerning about the tax base. So I did bring the slide that I worked on with the city assessor to illustrate what are the potential projections for developing the 15-acre site with Ellen Edwin Homes single-family homes developments, as well as the smaller mixed-use commercial node. In summary, we would see a projected tax revenue of approximately $500,000 annually. So that concludes really the presentation about the rezoning action. So now we quickly introduce the tax change. The proposed tax change amendments work, alongside the rezoning petition, and it establishes basically a residential fallback provision for Central Michigan University parcel, ensuring that if the land is ever sold, it automatically adopts city-free suburban character district rules to match the future land use in the master plan. So for that one, some of you may have questions. It's a different type of procedure that we have in the zoning ordinance that maybe other ordinances have, but that's how we currently have any CMU-owned parcel being tackled in the city. And next, I will introduce the PRD dissolution agreement for your decision tonight. And then before I talk more about it, I'm almost done with the presentation. I just want to send a reminder recap that if the PRD is approved, it's basically contingent upon the rezoning. So if the rezoning doesn't go forward, the PRD also did not go forward. So that's why we're having to bring the PRD dissolution agreement for you back again since 2024. So one thing to note here is because development has already commenced at parcel 17303, the city attorney required us to draft this agreement, which it was provided by the city attorney. And before we can proceed with the rezoning, the PRD must be dissolved. So a quick history recap about the PRD. The area has been zoned as planned residential development, PRD, since 1980s to allowed for a mix of residential and civic uses. The sites became bound by a formal PRD agreement in 2000 that planned for residential expansion across 4 parcels while restricting the CMU tract to open space or a golf course. However, overall progress stalled over the next 2 decades, leaving the area only partially developed, with 37 out of the 70 originally approved West Point Village apartment buildings completed. Because the land remains locked under this 2000 contractual restrictions, any modifications to the site currently requires explicit multi-layer amendments and approvals from both the planning and city commissions, creating really a regulatory hurdle that we see that we seek to resolve. And then, just one final step. Because of that PRD agreement, current zoning ordinances standards do not apply. So there's nothing staff can do or say to any developer about any standard in the current framework that we have. So this is again an image of the proposed rezoning on the left, and then to the right, you can find the West Point Village approved site plan, which is not fully developed, as I mentioned. Owners would like to complete the last row of buildings, 5 buildings, where they already have placed infrastructure underground. So they're basically allowing us to not have to see precisely that full site plan being completed, but allow for future development patterns on the back end that would comply with City Forest standards, while they would like to just keep the ability of adding those 5 buildings where infrastructure exists. And because of that, you can see a lot of language in that dissolution agreement that relates to the grandfathering of that development. And then you can also see this annex here that provides information about where the utilities are located underground today. So to end my presentation tonight, here's a slide showing the project's target timeline. We went through several work sessions on this case, both during the original and now the alternative proposal. And I think this proposal really tackles the major concerns that were brought back in 2024 and to respond to the city's commission's direction. We held the alternative rezoning proposal introduction and PRD dissolution at the Planning Commission meeting on June 4th. And then we held the public hearing at the July 9 meeting. I do have one important note to make to y'all tonight. An update about our public hearing. I flagged today that unfortunately our office messed up on the mailings. We did not send mailings. So I want to publicly apologize for making that mistake. And I'm proposing here to repeat the public hearing, send the letters properly, and repeat the public hearing on August 13th so we can take care of that regulation. And even though that happened, I believe we can still proceed with the setting of the public hearing for the July 27, for August 24, if that's what you choose to do after today. So thank you so much for your attention tonight, and I'm grateful to be here and present this proposal that I think tackles both what have been brought forward during the past few years. I truly believe that this process worked. I think we have a better proposal here, and I'm excited that you would be able to deliver housing as well. So yeah, let me know if you have any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Paladico. Turning to members of the commission, are there questions for the director at this time?
I have a few questions.
Commissioner Sklitsky?
There's some information that I found very valuable that was presented to us last November during the joint work session. Of those were the tax base from West Point Village. Can you refresh us what exactly the city collected in taxes from West Point during 2024, 25?
Yeah, it's around $400,000.
And how many acres is that development on?
That is, let me go to my notes here. It would be that 17% of the area. What is 17% of 157? Let's say 20 acres.
Just under 30, yeah, 25, somewhere around there.
Mhm.
And that provides how many units?
34, sorry, 37.
Is that buildings or units?
Those are buildings, sorry, yeah, building.
16 units per building?
I don't have that information in front of me. I'm sorry. I don't want to say the wrong number, but hundreds.
Right, okay. And if we take a look at the 15 acres that are proposed by the developer that spoke during the, well, he had the chance, 50 homes in the 15 acres. If we utilized all that space, we would be building roughly 500 homes, which still leaves us 1,000 short of the of what we heard from MMDC regarding what we need by 2029 for housing units, correct?
So they would build between around 50, 60 homes, right?
In 15 acres.
In 15 acres, yeah, single family homes.
So that type of development strategy would leave us at a severe shortfall still in 2029, correct?
Yeah, well, because we need around 1,500 units.
Okay. I feel like I would be derelict if I didn't make a comment regarding how quickly some of these plans were developed since November. I remember we did not have any presentation regarding housing in that packet. And it seems like there's been a huge struggle from developers to come up with plans regarding development, but within 8 months' time, we have a plan with 50 homes and 15 acres. I feel like with that information provided with West Point Village, that the city is collecting a very large sum of taxes within that 25 acres, providing a great number of units for housing for our residents, I don't feel like it's a failed experiment when we're being that efficient with our development to put housing in available for Mount Pleasant residents. If I remember correctly, looking through the requirements and what is allowed in the PRD, schools are allowed in the civic use.
So PRD zoning before 2018 allowed for civic uses in housing. Churches, schools were all permitted
So those are,
by PRD.
so that's the civic use that's required in the PRD. Schools fall under that.
Yeah, it falls into that. However, now we are stuck with the PRD agreement of 2000. So the allowable, so there's one thing is the zoning ordinance and then the other is the agreement, the contract.
So I guess there's two separate PRD agreements between 2000 and 2018.
No, there's only that one from 2000 that's still valid in subsequent amendments.
That allow
That
for schools to be part of the civic use?
No, that does not allow for schools. The zoning ordinance allows for schools under the PRD zoning of the past.
There are some pages that seem like they're a little bit mixed up in the packet. Maybe I was a little confused on this, the way it was presented, because it seemed like there was specific areas that were set aside for civic use labeled, outlined in the packet.
Yeah, I can maybe clarify. So until 2018, our zoning ordinance here in Mount Pleasant permitted schools, churches, civic uses as permitted uses in any residential districtly zoned areas. So any neighborhood could receive a church or a school in any site. And that included any area zoned PRD, which was this case of this site. In 2000, because of a development that wanted to take place that included housing and golf course, the owners entered to a PRD agreement in 2000, and that did not include the addition of a school. But the framework enabled it.
So it was because of the plans that included the development of a golf course on a planned residential development is what's impeding us from developing a school publicly today?
So today, if a school would to want to come under the PRD framework, there would need to be a PRD amendment to the 2000 to add that school, and then several meetings and contractual changes to get the site plan approved at both Planning and City Commission, which is precisely the issue of hurdles along the way.
But it was easily possible prior to the plans to develop a golf course? Is that correct?
Schools were easily allowable in the city of Mount Pleasant until 2018. That is the fact, yeah.
Okay. Currently in the PRD, what is required for civic use for the development? It's like 3% or 5%, correct?
No, so under the zoning ordinance, so if we move towards hardline zoning, and if this was a developer-led rezoning application, between 5 and 20% of the rezoning area would have to be civic.
But that's not required in the PRD then?
No.
So we have 157 acres that we have set aside for residential development, and we're going to rezone it to the high end of what is required for civic use. 17% was what was going to be of the 157 acres for the school, where it could be as little as 5% in the regularly zoned. So that's additional 12% that is given towards civic use that isn't actually required where we could be developing housing, correct?
Sure.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have right now.
Other members, Commissioner Alsager.
I appreciate that there have been adjustments made to the planning of this PRD, and I'm in full support of getting rid of the PRD.
Vice Mayor Eke.
First of all, I appreciate this presentation. It is a bit overwhelming. I'm not kidding. It is overwhelming. It's, it's too much all at once. It seems to me that our focus is whether or not to dissolve the PRT, but conversations about the school, or discussions about or mentions of the school have been brought in. I want to suggest right now that we set aside that particular conversation. I don't want to talk about the school. We've got to decide whether or not we're dissolving the PRT. Right now, the issue is not whether it's Christian or public or whatever school is going there. I do not want to talk about the school. So I'm going to suggest that. Then I'm going to ask my questions. There are two items here that I'm looking at. Under the agreement document. Item 4, existing utility connection. Okay, it does say that West Point shall continue the use of existing utility connections, but what I don't see addressed is, whatever future utility might go up there, because maybe there's a gap in that conversation. And the second part is item 5, more than one owner. Could you clarify that for me? And then I have one more, and that has to do with the CMU property.
I didn't hear the last one, sorry.
Okay, so items 4,
Mhm.
let's, so I see a gap in there where, okay, so West Point may expand, modify, and improve, and I'm wondering, and then of course, the proposal, what I don't see is commentary about potential new utility, okay?
Mhm.
The next one is item 5, more than one owner. And it says West Point reserves the option. It gives West Point the option, but I don't see that it gives the city any option. So I just want you to, rather than interpreting that myself, I want you to interpret that particular piece for me.
I got you.
Okay?
Yeah.
Clarify it. And then
So-
we'll come to the CMU piece. I have a question about
Okay.
that.
So the existing utility connections, that text there is just basically wanting to make sure that West Point Village can continue to use the utilities that they have built, which is currently privately owned. It's just serving the West Point Village apartments. Any future utilities that's added by a separate developer will be placed by the separate developer. And then that leads me to 5, which is basically saying that if more than one building or development is being serviced by the same utility, the city could get it transferred to the city for maintenance. So the rule of thumb from the DPW department is to only handle or transfer private utilities as public utilities if it's serving more than one developer.
So if we have in item 5, if we have more than one owner, so the city becomes responsible for that? Is that what I'm hearing?
So the owners would need to provide us more information about the quality of that utilities. So it wouldn't be, we're not locking ourselves to say yes, but we're saying that we could take over that utility.
Okay. All right, so from your position, and I'm going to put you on the spot here since you're presenting this, would that be an advantage for the city or a disadvantage for the city?
Can I ask for the DPW department to answer? Because they were the ones adding all of this.
It's your call, yeah.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
want,
this-
because this is important.
Yep.
As we make this decision. All right, if the city is taking over responsibility for that, it gives West Point, it says it reserves the option. City
Yeah.
doesn't have option here. So is that to the city's advantage or the city's disadvantage? You ask whoever you need to
I'll give
support
one
you.
step of the answer based on the meetings with the city attorney and the city engineer.
Okay.
When the city engineer asked for this language to be crafted.
Okay.
If the utilities are not in a good condition, the city would be able to say, we don't want it. If it's in a good condition, we would likely say yes, but I'll let the Division of Public Works answer on the
Please.
reasoning behind taking over
Yes, please.
utilities.
So yeah, in these situations where you've got multiple owners, multiple developers that own property that utilizes, say, a sanitary sewer. By us taking that over, making sure that it's in public right of way or in a public easement, it solves problems down the road. If there's ever an issue with that sewer, we don't have to, deal with different property owners. It could be 3 different property owners down the road, that this is sold off and that. This gives the city control over that so that we can make sure that it gets maintained properly. That's all, that maintenance in general in the sanitary sewer collection system is collected through fees for the sewer that's used. And so, that's how that gets paid for. So yeah, in situations like this, it is a benefit for the city to have control over it essentially.
Okay, you just addressed the underlying question, which is who covers the cost of the maintenance? And you said, it's done through fees collected.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Solves, answers my question. Okay. The other question has to do with the CMU property. Am I clear? Do I understand clearly that as it is proposed here, if CMU were to sell the property, it reverts to CD4 classification?
CD3.
CD3?
Yeah.
Okay. So just for the record, for everybody, what is CD3?
Yeah,
I mean,
so
just imagine that I don't know what it is. Okay.
that's our urban neighborhoods. So if you consider, downtown, anywhere south of downtown, north of downtown, or immediately west of downtown are basically our more historical CD3 areas. Lots cannot be more than 50 feet. We only allow single family homes. Duplexes are subject to a special use permit and ADUs are subject to a special use permit. We don't allow multiple family buildings or townhomes or fourplexes. So it's your traditional urban neighborhood with detached residences as the prevalent land use.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm done. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ake. Other members of the commission, Commissioner Demarath?
Yeah, so, it's kind of goes back to what, Commissioner Sklitsky said. We were provided with, information on our PRD that I guess doesn't exist anymore, but it does specify park use in it. And I was wondering how CD4 residential, addresses public space or parks.
Yeah, so that would be addressed now at the rezoning step. So any parks that we would like to add, we could basically decide to carve out space for parks. Obviously, we will need to talk with the Parks and Recreation Department, but it would be at the time of rezoning that would be selecting areas for adding parks.
Is that a little hard to do when you don't have somebody developing the homes currently? Like the seller this would be issues, right? Potentially with the seller or the buyer or anyone else, correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't speak for the planning director or the parks director, but I think as a city decision, it would be hard to build a park where we don't have a neighborhood yet, because we would need to figure it out how to maintain.
So there's nothing to plan for in the future. We couldn't, once it's designated as CD4 residential and we don't do any park planning now, we could potentially not have a whole swath of land that has literally no parks.
We can add at any point in time. Zoning is the framework for us to plan ahead. So let's say right now we are doing this zoning map amendment. In the future, if we want to say we actually should carve out another area here in this area for parks, we should then go through a rezoning process to add that civic space.
But we would also have to deal with the seller and the buyer to do this, correct?
You would need owner consent.
All right, thank you. Oh, I have another question actually, about vacancy rates in the city for commercial. When you gave an example of large city vacancy rates. Do you have anything smaller scale? Because we are not like New York City, Chicago, Seattle, any of those places, and you stated vacancy rates for those. And I don't feel like that is a good comparison at all.
Sure. Yeah, my goal there was to show good markets and what those have in terms of vacancies to see if we are helping or hurting local businesses.
Oh, and I'm kind of new to this. So what triggers a rezoning request? Like, is it just property changing hands? I'm sorry, I'm new to this and I wasn't part of any work session. So if you could explain that process to me.
Absolutely. So rezonings could be initiated by property owners, by developers, or by city staff.
Okay.
Or the planning commission, obviously.
At any time, for
Anytime.
any reason?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Let's see, I believe, Commissioner Perschbach, you haven't had a chance to speak yet at this time. Is any interest at this moment? Okay. For myself, I had a question and a couple questions then, before turning back to other colleagues. Question for you on the single family homes. Again, that was discussed as a, Edwin Allen Homes, is it Homes? They were talking about single family developments. Why are we pursuing CD4 if generally, in my mind, when I think of single family development, I think more CD3, I guess. Could you speak on that?
Yeah, so because of the city commission's great interest in having more attainable housing, CD3 would impose minimum law width standards, so 50 feet per site, which is harder to achieve an attainable price at the end. With CD4, we can go narrower, so we can have denser forms of development. That is what the community members were saying they want, which is single family detached homes as opposed to apartments.
Gotcha. And with the residential restriction only, again, confirming it's residential restriction only is for the CD4 areas, except for the one portion of commercial that's being
Just
designated.
that 7 acres that wouldn't have the restriction.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see. And then this is something that, we've heard about in public comment for some time, as it's been an item of discussion for the planning commission, has been introduced back. Decision to place, looking at the northern section of the Broomfield Crawford property, it will go essentially civic zoning, CD4 residential only, I believe is the 15 acres, and then it will be on the corner would be CD4, like mixed use commercial. Can you talk about there has been dedicated residents interested in having the CZ zoning in the center of that layout versus having this residential area in the center of that layout. Can you talk about like that thought process there of like why set it up in that manner?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing that I mentioned in the presentation is the zoning ordinance and the master plan goals to have residents be able to access services by foot. So being able to have the commercial next to the residential would better our chances of having neighborhood commercial on that corner as opposed to something that you're just driving to achieve, right? With West Point Village being there, providing many units, and then the new development, I'm hoping that the 7 acres could spur some of the neighborhood scaled commercial developments. And then that would allow folks to be able to leave their homes and be in that commercial corner, the cabin across the street, or that commercial corner, the neighborhood node, indeed by foot within 5 to 15 minutes. If we start pushing towards the edge, it's just going to make it harder for that walkability. That is the main driver. But another item that I think just kind of going, actually, I don't know if I should say something. I'm sorry, Commissioner Ake, but just thinking about a potential school on the civic zone on the west, that could generate more traffic, and being able to have that thoroughfare that we placed in the middle, the CMU thoroughfare, that would alleviate and buffer traffic of the school to the residential, but still allow residents to quickly cross the street on that section for the access point and then take kids to school if they choose to do so. So it just felt like a more a way to plan the neighborhood that would align with the ordinance and the master plan goals of a walkability.
Gotcha. I do apologize. This is going to be a question that's not strictly pertinent, and I do apologize, but something I'd be interested in conversation on is if we can create rules or anything allowing when residential and commercial are side by side, requiring like walkable access, like off road or something. But that's a topic for a different occasion.
Nice. Yeah.
Let's see. The other primary question that I want answered and everything. Can you walk us through the mailings? You mentioned that there was an issue with that.
Yeah.
Everyone's human, and these things happen. This has been a very watched topic and everything, so it's something that I want to make sure we have a full understanding on. Of like, can you elaborate on that process there?
Absolutely. Yeah. So today, pretty much end of the afternoon, we had the clerk's office asking, can we have a copy of your mailing for this rezoning so we can repeat the process for the public hearing in case the city commission goes forward with the 24 August date, right? When looking at the files, I didn't locate the mailing labels and the affidavit of mailings. So then I asked our office professional. She confirmed that that was not sent at the Planning Commission July 9th public hearing. So obviously it's my department, so I'm taking full responsibility of that. And as soon as I saw it, I went and spoke with Aaron and Phil to see what we could do. So it was suggested that we try to basically postpone the August 6th meeting of the Planning Commission to the 13th. So we're not delaying anything. We're just placing another public hearing before it goes to the public hearing for the City Commission on the 24th. Because of that and all the deadlines we need to meet, we already sent out the public hearing notice to the Morning Sun to make sure that we could match the deadline for the newspaper. And then mailings are in the works and they would be able to be out of the door tomorrow.
Gotcha. So the concern is notification of this meeting this evening specifically for the dissolution?
It's the past meeting that we already had at the Planning Commission, the July 9 public hearing. For that one, we have to do the newspaper announcement, which we did at least 15 days before the meeting. The item that we missed was the physical letters by mail to folks that are within 300 feet of the site.
Gotcha. Let's see. Has there been any discussion with the city attorney on as far as any legal requirements, repercussions or anything if we were to proceed with the course of action as
With this
you're presenting?
pathway?
Yeah.
So this is the first time I'm seeing Mike. It was a very rushed end of the day. So yeah, if there is any issue, I'll definitely welcome red flags. But yeah, I took care of the Morning Sun because that was a deadline for the Thursday newspaper.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so yeah, it was the public hearing was not notified for the zoning or the planning commission.
Yes.
Let's see. Okay, but the notifications for the August 24th hearings have been submitted, or August 24th hearings have been submitted.
We have time to work on that. So
okay.
Those mailings are not out of the door. The clerk's office was going to start putting them in envelopes today.
Okay. Okay. Those were my primary questions there for staff. Were there other questions for staff still at this time, members of the commission? Sorry, I saw Vice Mayor first and everything. I apologize, Commissioner Sklitsky.
No worries. It was the Vice Mayor's line of questioning that kind of got the wheels turning a little bit more. The topic that keeps everybody up at night, utilities. The way the dissolution is written as of right now, any developer would have to install their own utilities, correct?
Yes, that's just a regular practice.
Sure. And what we heard testimony from somebody earlier regarding the cost of installation of utilities for a developer. is pretty high. But we also heard promise from one of the developers for housing that is 40% of the single family units developed were gonna fall within the 80 to 120% median income range, with an average cost of $400,000 or $500,000, like we heard. What kind of homes are we gonna develop that fall within that range? The math just isn't mathing for me.
Yeah, so Allen Edmond Homes, they have announced the goal to create attainable housing, affordable housing, for the next 10 years. I believe they are aiming for 2,500 units. So they have several prototypes that they utilize, and they've been looking at this area for investment on affordable housing. They are going to be doing a scale of housing, right? 60 homes. The concept that I have is 60 houses, so I'll just say 60 for the sake of the explanation. But with the scale of development and their experience, and they will be looking at other tools as well, including grants and tax incentives, to be able to basically create that affordability level.
Okay, is that, I'm just trying to think with the average income or the average cost of a home, how it's gone up in Mount Pleasant over the last 5 years. I think we've looked at roughly a 40% increase. Now, are they gonna be selling some of these homes below market value for a new home? Because I feel like that's where the 80 to 100% range is gonna fall under.
Yes, that's precisely the goal for that development, will be to have some units at market rate and then some of them affordable. So at a lower price for someone earning, yeah.
But we won't actually see any of those plans as the city commission, since the ERD will have been dissolved. We're gonna have to go at the honor system for the developers.
So I'm not aware of any submittals since the PRD of 2000, if that's, well, there was the big one, right, in 2007, a whole complete residential neighborhood with multiple types of residential facilities. It got stuck on many map amendments, text amendments, and all of that, led to litigation. That was the last time that the planning department has received a developer proposal under the PRD, 2007, 2008.
But there are plans that are going around because somebody's seen the site plans for the proposed homes for the single family.
Yes, we had a pre-application meeting with Allen Edmond Homes. They approached the city asking for, do you have any developable land? We sent a map with all the different bigger sites that they would like to do a lot of houses. So we sent Cross Lanes, we sent the Bradley. So we have 25 acres around Bradley area. We have 12 acres on Cross Lanes. And then we have the Crawford Broomfield, 15 acres, and all the other parcels. We sent all of that. They decided that they wanted to proceed with the Broomfield rezoning area. And then we had a pre-application meeting. We had the review team, fire marshal, building safety official, city planner, and city engineer at that meeting to be able to start talking about what the site plan would entail. We did that preliminary review based on the city forest standards, if it goes through.
Okay, I didn't see those plans in the packet, were they?
They're not in the packet because it's not public yet. It didn't go to the planning commission. And this is an exercise on Allen Edmond Homes in order to be able to see if the project is feasible. And based on the speech today, it sounds like they would move forward.
Our decision can't be changed though. If we move forward with the PRD today, there's nothing that we can do afterwards to take it back. I feel like we're giving a lot of trust into what happens with the property that has been set aside for residential development for over 40 years now.
If I may, you would be putting your trust in the zoning ordinance. That's where you're putting your trust. The zoning ordinance has all the standards that we will be reviewing at the staff level, at planning commission level, to ensure full compliance with the zoning ordinance standards. So if you don't agree with the ordinance standards, maybe this is not the project, right? And then we'll need to redo the zoning ordinance or redo whatever is an issue with the zoning ordinance. But that's where the trust is. That's precisely the reason why we're asking for this project at staff level to be approved, because then we can actually enforce the standards that have been adopted after a lot of public outreach, a lot of consulting time, a lot of staff time in the past, in 2018.
I have to reiterate my concerns before, like there's a large gap in time between any types of development plans that were put forward. And now within 8 months' time, all of a sudden, we have 15 acres that are ready to be developed. It seems odd to me when the biggest hangup that has been presented by the developers was that the inability to come up with any feasible plan and present it to the planning commission and the city commission, which apparently has already been done at this point in time, and meetings are being had in regards to these plans.
A lot to unpack there, but I would say, yeah, I would say there's so many things I can say, but one of them is I would give credibility to this interest to all of us here that are talking about the housing needs that we have. When we don't talk about it, when we don't have reports and data, no one is going to show up because they didn't think we have a market. But now we have Bowen National Research. We've been added the master plan. We readopted the updates to the master plan. We have this proposal that's saying we're going to make it very predictable to you, developer. And now interest knocked our doors. And I think it's just a result, I may be biased, it's the planning department, result of good work of the planning commission, the city commission, planning department, staff, everything that I've been working on in the past 4 years. I'm sorry, but that's just the situation that I see. And I really think this is a very good news.
No, I appreciate all the work that you have put forward in this, all the city staff. It's been a lot of people at play to make all this and present all this tonight. It's been several years in the making. Like I've stated in some of my other comments, if we multiply out like this 15 acres that's developed with 50 homes, that leaves us at a huge shortfall of units that are required in order to house all of the residents in Mount Pleasant. We have single-family homes that are available. A lot of these homes are owned by corporate entities instead of single families, which I find is a really big problem. That's part of the reason why we've had some of the housing rates go up in Mount Pleasant and why it's become less affordable for average residents to be able to purchase a home. Forgive me if I'm speculating on any of these things. These are just some of the things that were presented in some of the housing reports that we have received as a commission. So it looks like developing more dense housing to reach that number that we need to make sure that we have the units available to house everybody within Mount Pleasant is done with apartments and opening up the availability of single-family homes for the residents to purchase. The ones that we already have built.
I just wanted to clarify that availability rates or the lack of housing stock is the issue why housing prices are going up. Is that 1% that I mentioned in the presentation, that when we don't have enough product and we have a lot of people looking for housing, that's when the prices go up. The single family homes that would be built by a single developer are going to be sold to individual families and are going to eventually be all owned separately.
Gotcha. Focusing back in on questions this time for staff. Other questions from yourself? Gotcha.
I've spoke my piece. Thank you very much for all of your work. I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, I believe Vice Mayor Eke had some questions that she was waiting on.
Okay, so last question, maybe just clarification. I blame Commissioner Demuth, for this actually. Well, because you asked questions about parks, and I'm thinking, given what we've been presented, where are we going to carve out the park? Is it the only location designated as, since parks would fall into public use or civic use Okay, so
Mhm.
where is that gonna come from? The CD4, the CD3, or the space that is currently designated as civic use? Parks and green space, right? Just specifically parks.
From a regulation standpoint, if we wanted to carve out a public park, it would have to be within the civic zone designation per the current zoning framework. Right now, all we're doing is to select the large area where civic zone will be, right? Or uses are allowed, where civic uses are allowed, which includes parks and all the other list of
Okay.
uses. But, so that's the legislative answer. The practical or goal answer is we don't have any place in this rezoning area that the city is saying, I want to build and maintain a public park. So there's none right now.
Okay.
And then maybe a third, if I may, is just in terms of open spaces. There will be open spaces. There will be unbuildable areas in the site, including the very large triangle shape in the PRD dissolution agreement. We are saying this is an unbuildable area because that's where the low-lying area is, and it's basically a drainage pond. So that area is going to be open, and we'll have basically a pond that is man-made to tackle water.
Drainage.
Yeah, drainage.
All right. Okay, so this opens up something because as I'm thinking of this, if we dissolved it, listen, I'm just gonna be honest here. I think it is important to have progress. And so if what is holding us back is the existing PRD, and we do need to create the possibility of transformation in this society, and what we need to do is to dissolve the PRD, then okay, so I'll support that. But since I'm also somebody who likes parks, okay, yes, I'm a tree hugger, I'm gonna just say that, all right? So I like parks. We did talk about this in the conversation with those facilitators, just a little bit, civic zone, and we didn't address it at that point. We do need to address that, and so here we've got this civic, this area designated as civic zone. Is it possible then to include language at some point that says, we've got to get a park from that area? Can we get a park from that area? Are we going to get it from the CD4? You've talked about this section that is going to be a pond. A pond doesn't make a park. That's the only complaint I have right now.
Sure, I
Or
was
the
just
big one.
indicating that the whole land of 154 acres is not going to be covered on concrete. That's what I was trying to just ensure that we all understood.
Okay. All right. I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alsager.
I just want to remind the rest of the commissioners that getting 60 houses that we don't have now is a good thing.
Any other questions for city staff at this point? Okay. Not seeing any coming from the other end. I don't have any other questions for yourself, Director Pawadiko. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's see. One thing I would like to turn back to for, again, just we have our city attorney on hand at the moment. If I could get just kind of first pass opinion regarding if we had missed putting out a mailing impacts or like kind of issues that could cause potentially for moving forward with the process. Are you able to pull it a bit closer maybe? Yeah. Make it any better?
All right, can you hear me? Yeah, so planning director did exactly the right thing. Once you discover that mailings were defective, right, you go take a step back, send out the notice, proper timeline, hold the public hearing, and then move forward from there. I don't have a problem with this timeline. It corrects the oversight and still keeps you on track.
Okay. That was the primary question there for myself. Again, knowing that this has been a hot button topic for quite some time now. There's a lot of interested parties. I just want to make sure that we're thorough on that. And I also appreciate the robust questions from members of the commission. Again, this is how we discuss things. It takes time. This is the first real pass at this I think we've had since the work session back in November. And Commissioner Demiroff, this is the first real pass as a commission that we've had at this topic since then. And for yourself being the first time there. Discussion from members of the commission at this time. The only, turning to other members of the commission, just further discussion, or is there a motion that we would like to lead with? Let's see.
Setting a public hearing.
Well, this would be item number 11 first. So we're on concerning the PRD dissolution is what we're focused on specifically at the moment. Seeing Commissioner Alsager.
I move that we approve the termination of the PRD at the southwest corner of Crawford and Broomfield.
Okay, we have a motion.
second that.
Okay. Okay. There is a motion on the table at this time to approve the dissolution of the PRD at Crawford and Broomfield properties. And that was made by Commissioner Alsager, seconded by Commissioner Perschbacher. Again, larger item, so like statements or discussion from members of the commission, interest before moving to vote. Again, previously it was just focused on discussion, but again, giving a chance for additional statements if there is a desire for that this time from members of the commission. Not seeing any. We are a six-member body this evening. Needs 4 votes to pass at this time. Let's see. Okay, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion to dissolve the PRD, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed to dissolving the PRD at this time, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay. At this time, the motion would pass 4 votes to 2. Yeah, Sklitsky and Demiroff in dissent. Okay. That brings us to the end of number 11, and we have other items now, 12 and 13. Let's see, number 12 is consider setting a public hearing for August 24th, 2026 to allow for public input and to consider the rezoning of properties located southwest of Crawford and Broomfield from PRD, planned residential development, to multiple hardline zoning districts.
Is that a motion?
No, I'm just reading the item. Commissioner Alsager?
I'm going to turn it into a motion. All right, I propose that we set a public hearing for August 24th, 2026 to allow for public input and to consider the rezoning of properties located southwest of Crawford and Broomfield from PRD to multiple hardline zoning districts.
I will second that.
Okay. Motion is made by Commissioner Alsager to set the public hearing associated with item number 12, seconded by Commissioner Perschbacher. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Okay, and that brings us to item number 13. Consider setting a public hearing for August 24th, 2026 to allow for public input and to consider proposed amendment to table 154.405.A of the zoning ordinance as it relates to SDU University Special District rules. Commissioner Alsager.
I'm going to turn it into a motion. I propose that we set a public hearing for August 24th, 2026 to allow for public input and to consider proposed amendment to table 154.405A of the zoning ordinance as it relates to SD-U University Special District rules.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion was made by Commissioner Alsager, seconded by Commissioner Perschbacher. All those in favor of setting the public hearing, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Okay. That brings us to item number 14. Consider approval of the budget amendment for the 2026 City Hall retaining wall and streetscape replacement project of $118,651 in the general fund. Manager Sentz.
City Commission is asked to approve overage for the City Hall retaining wall and streetscape replacement project. This is due primarily to unknown buried concrete and soils that require disposal, which were mostly not known at the initial time. But we do have Director of Public Works, Jason Moore, here to speak on that issue.
Okay.
That does not look like City Hall right now.
Clouds. Dark clouds. Purple clouds.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we're looking for a pretty good size amendment on this project, and so I wanted to kind of go over it again. It's been a few meetings since we looked at the project, and we've got some updates. Of course, you see there's a lot of action going on out there. So the project is to replace the retaining wall and the public sidewalk and the streetscape, some of the streetscape items between the road and the wall. And just as some history, the existing wall was original to the building. And when City Hall was rehabbed, that wall received some fairly minor rehab. It probably needed a much more significant rehab. But at the time, it was decided to kind of just recoat it and go from there. And so it had six recoats since 2008 because of all the cracking and the deterioration of that wall. So the reasons for the project, like I say, the skim coating continued to crack and spall. We were witnessing settlements behind the wall. The wall was being displaced. It was actually moving. And then there was a failure of the public sidewalk and the streetscape due to that deterioration. So here are some pictures of it before we took it out. And you can see that's it was in pretty rough shape. In fact, you can see that this is the walkway that at the last meeting, you approved the change order to remove that walkway because of that deterioration there. Here's some more photos, some of it showing the utilities that are, up against that wall on this side of it. Here's some pictures that show the gaps where you can see that the wall is moving, the sidewalk is settling. We had a lot of cracked sidewalk that we tried to kind of repair temporarily by grouting, but it needed to be replaced. And so the amendment tonight is $118,651. 10% of that is for contingency, just for the final quantities. Once those come in, we don't want to have to come and ask for another amendment once we get those final quantities in. So we've got that contingency built in. 60% of this was actually, it wasn't added work, but it was a mistake of the consulting engineer. They did not account for some of the quantity in their bid. And so while that work would have had to be done no matter what, we didn't know about it up front. So unfortunately, when you guys made the decision to go ahead with this project, we didn't know that cost. Through some negotiations with the consultant, we were able to, they ended up giving us straight credit on our upcoming bills of $12,000, and then services equivalent to about $8,000. And so that's a pretty significant credit that they've given us on that mistake that they made. Apparently it was a miscommunication in their office, and so that quantity didn't get on the original bid package. But I think they've made that right by giving that concession, so that's a good thing. And then 30% of amendment is kind of normal contingency sort of items. We ran into a lot more concrete in behind that wall than we expected. The wall extends further this way than we expected. We ended up having to take a few extra feet of the wall out, and then we ended up having to do a saw cut because we didn't want to keep chasing it. And so that was part of it as well. We did save a little bit of money on the helical piles. Those did not have to be driven as deeply as we thought they would originally. And so that saved some money, but that's all built into this amendment. So, and then, yeah, just as an update where we're at with the project, the foundations have been poured. They're actively today, they were building up the formwork for the wall itself. And so that pour will happen pretty soon, actually. And with that, I take any questions.
Opening to questions from members of the commission.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, so I noticed that you're requesting 118 651. Okay, so but in this document that I'm seeing that it says where it says cost summary, it's saying 107,864. What am I missing?
So that's the 10% that I mentioned that we're
Okay.
asking for as a contingency, just so we don't have to come back again at the end of the project.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I just realized that I asked after I asked my question. I'm sorry. Okay, that's good. Okay. All right, so again, I recognize some of those pictures that you showed, and this is necessary, it's needed, right? It's not as if we're engaged in some frivolous, decorative landscaping, right? And, we have to do this to make sure that that section is secure, not only for City Hall, but also for residents who use the sidewalk. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. And there would have been funds invested in, redoing that sidewalk over and over again. And that just at some point doesn't make sense. So,
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Just so that we understand why we're spending, we're doing this additional funding. Okay, thank you.
Other members of the commission, questions on this topic? Not seeing any. One thing I just want to know, not similar and tied to this, the proposals, potential designs for doors on the exterior of the building. We removed the walkway ramp and wanted to proceed with a redesign that just had doors at grade. Just again, looking at historical photos as those plans are being discussed, if potential to coincide where doors originally were on the building would probably be in line with the historic nature of the building as well. So I know there's historic photos here. Just wanted to put that note there as you're probably discussing with contractors on that. Let's see.
Okay.
Okay. But if there's no further questions from members of the commission at this time, is there a motion potentially to consider? Commissioner Alsager?
Boy, I'm busy tonight.
Go on.
I move that we approve the budget amendment for the 2026 City Hall retaining wall and streetscape replacement project of $118,651 from the general fund.
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Alsager and seconded by Vice Mayor Eke. Before we vote, just any comments or discussion from members of the commission. For myself, I just want to highlight that this is a fairly large infrastructure project that we've dedicated to in the heart of the city. The additional costs, it comes with the territory, unfortunately. Again, this, as was pointed out, there were costs that we were going to need to pay anyway. They have been able to provide us additional quotes on this or additional adjustments on this. I'm supportive of it. I think it's an important investment. Other members of the commission, discussion or statements before the vote is called? Not seeing any. All those in favor of the budget amendments, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Okay, that brings us to item number 15. Consider resolution to adopt agenda format as required by Chapter 30 of the Code of Ordinances. I believe this is an item that was spearheaded by Commissioner Perschbacher. So I'd give you, Commissioner Perschbacher, the opportunity to comment on this. Make any statement if you'd like.
As I had brought it up before, I think that it is important for transparency of the commission for the residents whenever somebody decides not to vote or recuses themselves. It is best that the residents understand why. Transparency is very important when you're working in a government body, and I think that this is important for our residents to know exactly how we're coming into items on the agenda. If we're coming in a place where we may have a conflict, we really need to make sure that that is put forward.
Okay. Any other discussion or questions on this topic before we move forward or a motion is made? Is there a motion at this time for the members of the commission to consider?
That we adopt the agenda format as required by Chapter 30 of the Code of Ordinances and adopt the language presented in the attached agenda sample.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion by the Vice Mayor to approve the changes that are being presented and seconded by Commissioner Alsager. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Okay, that brings us to item number 14. Consider participation in Consumers Energy Renewable Energy Program. Manager DeSense, if you would.
So our Sustainability Coordinator, Mason Squillets-Peterson, is here to present information on the Consumers Energy Renewable Energy Program. The City Commission is asked to consider engagement in the program. Mason will provide an overview of what that looks like and answer any questions you may have.
Can I plug this into my laptop or? Okay, just want to make sure it won't break. There we go.
71.
All right, just a little brief program description from the last presentation I gave on this. This is the Consumers Energy Renewable Energy Program. It allows customers to purchase renewable energy for eligible electric accounts through 5, 10, 15, or 20-year contracts. Participation requires a minimum annual usage of 1 million kilowatt hours, and the city's annual electricity usage consistently exceeds that threshold. For reference, as of June 26th of this year, the year-to-date usage was 4.7 million, around 4.7 million kilowatt hours. Under the RAP, the city would lock in to a fixed subscription rate, which is currently 0.64 cents per kilowatt hour, but this rate may change until the contract is signed. The subscribed solar facility we would be signing on to would not be operational until 2028 or 2029, but that means we would not be incurring any costs until that point. The solar field is off-site and will be serving multiple customers through Consumers Energy. Once the program begins, the city will receive either a monthly premium or credit based on the difference between the subscription cost and the market value of the renewable energy that it is generated at that facility. Consumers Energy uses a third-party independent forecasting firm called Siemens PTI. Their latest market projections are showing a more favorable return on investment for the program than what we previously discussed at the commission. Now, all of the 5, 10, 15, and 20-year projections are showing more bill credits than premiums, so we would be saving money on that. And so instead of saving just in the long term, as we previously discussed, it would be both in the short and long term. And then there's some background information just to consider when you're taking a look at this program based on what our energy usage might look like for the city. It's been suggested that we exclude 1 million kilowatt hours off of the water resource recovery facility. And that's because they're planning to implement an on-site biogas production within the coming years. And this can significantly reduce their reliance at the WRF on grid electricity. If that biogas meets the expectations, the excluded usage will not be needed under the renewable energy program, so we would not have to worry about that to begin with. But if it does fall short at the WRF, we can enroll at a later time if we wanted to. That remaining 1 million. And then also, just keeping in mind that there are other ways that we can get renewable energy for the city. This is just one of them. This is elective pay. This is through the Michigan Infrastructure Office's elective pay program, and it's for tax exempt entities to receive reimbursements on their solar installations, battery storage, or EV charging infrastructure. And that that reimbursement is in the range of 30 to 40% of the total project cost. This can reduce a good chunk of that money for the city if we choose to develop renewable energy on any of our properties. And also, the renewable energy program is flexible, and it would allow us to reduce our grid reliance with our own renewable energy, regardless of if we're on the program or not. And this elective pay is just one way that we can do that. Now we're going into the options. I have a couple ways that we could potentially participate in this program. The first one is the 20-year full commitment. This would be 100% renewable energy across all of our applicable accounts. So that term would be the full 20 years, 100% of the accounts. The estimated financial impact would be about $703,824 positive return on investment over that 20 years. And that would be about 39,590 metric tons of carbon avoided should we use renewable energy for that. And then, can you see my mouse on there? You can. This is just a breakdown. You have the kilowatts subscribed annually. That's going to be what we use about in a year, which is that 4.7 million kilowatt hours. And this red number is the cost of it for participating in this program. Over on the 5 years, it's going to be about 1.5 million, and then it'll go up to 3 million. And this is the running total, by the way. So this is just the total that we would pay. So by the end of the 20 years, we would have paid, well, it would have costed us $6 million, but because we have the estimated energy credits and capacity credits generating 6.7 million, we would be at the end of that 20 years, positive $703,823. Some of the pros to this option are it probably best supports the city's sustainability goals. We would be getting as many of our buildings and facilities on renewable energy. It's the most carbon avoided and the highest return on investment of all the options. And it'll reduce the long-term energy risk with how the market works. But same side of that coin is those energy prices could drop below that fixed subscription rate of 0.64 cents per kilowatt hour, which means we would be paying more than the market price should that energy price go below that. Option 2 is the staggered contract approach. We would have 4 contracts, each at the 5 years, 10 years, 15, and 20 years. Each of those contracts would be at 1.1 million kilowatt hours. It would still be 100% of our applicable accounts, but it would be phased. Some of them would be phased out as we go through this staggering approach. This would be a positive return on investment with $416,251 over that full 20 years. And then 24,743 metric tons of carbon avoided. So this one will be less return on investment, less carbon avoided, but it would be the cheapest option for the city with all of these options that I'm laying out here if we went with this one. It also, should that the market price of energy go below that fixed rate, we would not be hurting as hard if we were in that option 1 with the full 100% for 20 years. It will offer greater flexibility with how we can structure the contract. And I have a potential one laid out at the end of this of what that could look like. We are able to change that. It just has to equal that 1.1 million kilowatt hours for that staggered approach. And also, we would be less tied to consumers' energy this way, as opposed to having 100% of our energy for these buildings coming from them. Or we still are, it still is, but it would not be just this one program through them. We would have routes of diversifying that should we want to. If we want to go with elective pay, for example, or if the WRF does generate the biogas, we would be less tied to that if we have those other things going on at the same time. The cons for this one, obviously, it is the lowest carbon avoided and the lowest ROI. And also, this does not take away some of the contracts being on that longer term. In order for it to equal that 1.1 million, some of them do have to be on that 15 and 20-year contract. And then option 3 is still that 20-year full commitment, but minus the 1 million kilowatt hours from the WRF. So it's going to look fairly similar. It's just going to have a lower ROI with $550,556 positive ROI over 20 years and 31,249 metric tons of carbon avoided. Like I said, it has similar pros to option 1. But it is cheaper, especially if the WRF can generate and also utilize that biogas. The cons for this one, it's going to have a lower carbon avoided and lower ROI than option 1. And that 1 million kilowatt hours, if we leave it off, is still going to come from a non-renewable source, likely natural gas, until the WRF is able to get that biogas operational. So the recommendation after all that is going with option 2. That's because it would be the cheapest for the city while still also utilizing a large amount of renewable energy. We would not be tied to consumers' energy as much with this one. And also it'll leave us more room to implement our own renewable energy projects, whether that's through like elective pay, biogas, and any of them can work with that. However, there still will be a normal charge, like I said, with that 1 million left off, that will still be coming from natural gas, and that will still look like our normal consumer's energy bill, with that extra thing at the bottom with the renewable energy credits. With this one, because we're staggering if we were to stagger it, when they get phased out, those accounts would be returning back to the state they are in right now, meaning unless consumers' energy has a drastic overhaul of how they generate electricity, would be going back on natural gas. So some of those accounts would be dropping off after 5 years and then just getting right back onto fossil fuel reliance. And then I do have these supplemental figures if you want to look at them. This would be a breakdown year by year for option 1 specifically. And then this is also the option 2 account structure, what it could possibly look like. The WRF would be the only one on the 20-year the full 20 years. You have a water treatment plant account, and City Hall would be on the 15 years contract. Another water treatment plant, the actual water treatment plant, and public safety would be on the 10 years, and then the rest of the eligible accounts, which is 65 accounts, would be on 5 years. And that is what I have.
Okay. Turning to members of the commission, questions for Beth?
Well, when we first heard your presentation, I was ready to jump right away into that option 1 and go for that. But I remember Manager DeSense giving a phase-in approach. And so now I've heard a rationale for that.
Vice Mayor Eka.
Could you go back to the end of the document where you have option 2?
Do you want
The very end, yes.
This one? All right, yeah.
So you did say at some point that the WRF, we could exclude it 1 million kilowatts. So why would it be on the 20-year contract if we're excluding it in option 2?
So the numbers I got for option 2 from where it came from Consumers Energy for that, because they had to give the actual account breakdown, because I have no idea how that would physically work with that.
Okay.
That, if I go back here, this total of 1.1 million is, would be the, add that up over the 4 contracts, staggered, is equal to 4.7 million.
Okay.
So this particular option is not reflecting a million off. I actually don't know if we were to take a million off of the worth, if we can stagger it, because I don't know if we would be able to meet that 1 million minimum for the requirement of the program. I can ask for what it would look like if we can possibly take that off, but I don't have those numbers here today.
Yeah, I would like you to ask, do we have to make a decision right away?
No, but
What's the time frame for making a decision?
So the facility is scheduled to be completed in 2028 or 2029-ish. They don't know for sure as of this point. But the program has about, I think it's in the realm of 15 megawatts left, which is, the city falls well under that. We don't that's fine for us. But if it fills up, then we would have to wait for them to continue this program with a different facility. And then also another time aspect with this is the price of that subscription could change. Right now, it is still that 0.64 cents. And if we were to sign right now, that would for sure stay that. But until that contract is signed, that is still subject to change from Consumers Energy.
Okay.
So that there's no hard date. It's just, it's filling up, the price could change, and the facility should be done in 2028, 2029.
I understand, the not conundrum, but, the complication is that there is this piece that, if we took it out, what would it look like, right? And we don't know for that. We don't know about that, or whether we could even, participate if we were to take it out. What would the cost be for us if we didn't have to include the 1 million for the water resources? Does Director Moore have anything to say about that? May I ask? City Manager, may I ask? Okay.
No, I think that covers it. Mason, we've spoken about this, and I think that makes sense to leave that million off to give us options moving forward. I don't know what the prospects are, but I think we should leave ourselves some options, so.
Well, it's good that you said that, because without that helps me a little bit.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. I'm okay. Thank you.
Other members of the commission, questions? Commissioner Sklitsky.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. If I remember correctly, I wasn't here for this specific meeting when consumers came and presented. But if I remember correctly, this project was located towards the southwest part of the state, like Battle Creek, Kalamazoo area.
I think it's southeast.
Southeast.
I don't know exactly where, but I think
Okay.
southeast, yeah.
I stay fairly in the loop being a IBEW member. I know that there are numerous facilities that consumers has been working on, some of them being much closer located than southeast or southwest Michigan. With that being in mind, like I understand the push is to develop more privately owned solar farms. Whereas with the way that these programs are being unrolled, I don't feel like it overall increases the amount of green energy being produced. Because consumers is going to keep doing this while they have the subsidies, while there's municipalities signing on to it, helping to fund the development of these farms. It's not going to increase the overall total green energy produced. If we work on a municipality level to build publicly owned solar panels, that we might be able to implement, say, the farmer's market, the parking lot down there at Town Center, or numerous other places. The technology is increasing quite quickly, how cheap it is to produce solar panels, and as a result, install, especially if there's not battery store power banking being done. It's a lot of the battery banks storage of the power that really increases the cost of things. What I'm interested in is seeing the city develop more public-owned production or ways to produce energy. So I'm interested in that second option to where I feel like it gives us a target that we can strive to fill in those gaps as the accounts are rolling off of the program. It gives us a target to try to reach those levels within that time frame. So just my thoughts on everything.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we should definitely have our own public-owned utilities and in our own communities and stuff. The only reason this program drew my attention is because it would genuinely be the quickest way that we could get the most amount of electricity for those. And also, this is their 5th particular field with this program. So this field is just serving this program. It's not tied to any other thing. It still goes to their whole portfolio of it, but it's still, we're paying for this program, specifically just this renewable one. And this is their 5th iteration of it. That's why I said I don't know if it could go on, if they see the success with this 5th one and they want to go to a 6th, 7th, or 8th one. That's just on them to figure out, but I totally agree. It's just, this would be the quickest and cheapest way as of right now to start utilizing renewable energy.
Agreed.
Other members of the commission, questions?
No questions, comments later.
What was that?
I don't have any questions.
Gotcha. Question for myself here. Do we know expected timeline for when biogas would be online over at the WRF? We don't have an expected timeline right now, possibly in the next couple of years though, we're thinking. That's the hope. Okay, gotcha.
There's a lot of moving parts with that one.
Gotcha. Other one along with that. So I mean, kind of question about the biogas then. Is it a question of funding or is it a question, primarily question of funding? I'm getting a nod from Director Moore. Okay. Do we know the average currently what the average kilowatt hour we're paying is? I know 0.64 is the contractual hour that would be associated with this program, but do we know currently?
So it depends on what type of account the facility is on, and it would be different for each one. So
okay.
Kind of not really.
Gotcha.
But I will say 0.64 cents is cheap. It's cheap. Yeah.
Gotcha. Let's see. The other question, yeah. Working with this, let's see. 2 bits of information. For myself here, I might be I might want to come to the rest of the members of the commission. I might want to come back to this topic. I don't know if I am personally ready to make a decision on that yet this evening. We have, sounds like a little bit of time still and everything, changing factors still and everything out there. But I'd like to be able to have just some additional financial comparisons. And then one of the factors already is with the biogas program, we would be burning fuel that, again, is already being released essentially as waste currently, is my understanding. I guess my concern, my thought process goes, if this plan is potentially seeing an increase in energy price, we're paying extra to have clean energy, and over a fixed number of years, it will pay itself back. If we, instead of investing in a program such as this, decided to raise our self-imposed raise our energy cost essentially above what we're currently paying, we could potentially just then set that extra portion aside of we want to pay X percentage more than what our energy cost is, so that way we could better fund and invest in our own energy infrastructure, such as the biogas developments at the WRF. In essence, if you can estimate what your car payment would be if you took out a loan and then just start saving that over the period of time, you would just be able to buy the new car in cash. So it's thinking about, again, if we could, I'd be interested to see a comparison again of projections of what we're currently paying for energy versus what this plan would project.
Yeah.
And I think part of it, even with my harebrained idea there, I think this plan probably still would hold weight in energy cost savings, likely because I think if we look over the past 10 years, we'd probably see that energy prices have still consistently gone up. I don't think
Some of the highest in the Midwest.
yeah, I'm not, I think there was two increases by consumers' energy this past year alone. So I think if we pulled the numbers and just showing the public that, yes, prices have continued to go up consistently, this would be an investment, but we're probably not going to be drowning in energy expenses compared to like what we could be paying over the next 10 years or 20 years. So I'm interested in additional price comparisons.
And renewable energy is something that like year over year, it gets cheaper. And as battery technology catches up with the actual panels themselves, so that can we capture it and then store it as well, that it'll just, as that technology innovates and gets better and cheaper, it'll be a lot easier for us to implement our own projects.
Gotcha. There's no other questions or discussions, but I have, again, I was suggesting a different course of action than approving an option at this time. So I do have a motion in mind, but I want to leave it open for other questions of the members of the commission. Yeah, Commissioner Demaroff.
I don't have any questions, but I have comments. So okay. Consumer Energy's parent company, CMS Energy, in 2025 reported $1 billion of profit. And so when we look at consumers and we understand it here on a local level, it has a monopoly. So I fear going into any of this is really just helping them find money to fund investments using taxpayer money. Now, I'm not comfortable with this, and I think that taking funds and utilizing them to fund local investments that we hold as a city are a much better way to spend money. And I'm all about renewable energy and being a sustainable community, but I worry that this is not the right placement for our money if we actually want to look at how we can be sustainable as a city and create and manage our own energy.
Okay. Commissioner Alsager.
I just remember hearing one comment that you made that the rate of the 0.064 is an inexpensive rate. So it could be something where we actually save some money.
Potentially, yeah. Was that?
Go finish.
Okay. The motion I would like to make at this time, I move to refer this back for an additional work session with a focus on price comparisons to current energy rates and potential and projected rates for our use in the future.
Second.
Okay. Motion was made by myself, seconded by Commissioner Demaroff to again refer this back to a work session for additional discussion on comparisons to current energy pricing and projected energy pricing. Let's see. Any other discussion on the motion?
I do have a request.
Vice Mayor.
In consideration, well, I was going to suggest that, which is why I was asking the question earlier about what it would look like if we were to remove the 1 million kilowatts from the water resources. Could you find out that in preparation for this work session?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was a 4-2 split. Thank you. Motion passes 4-2. Commissioner Perschbacher and Alsager dissenting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us into item number 15, discussion on animals ordinance to address raising chickens in the city limits. Let's see. For moving back to members of the commission real quick, I'd Manager DeSense, if you want to give us a brief overview of the ordinance that is drafted and presented here.
Absolutely. The attached ordinance regulates chicken keeping within the city limits.
On mine, it's number 17.
That's.
I had an old draft ordinance, agenda. I have them side by side. I had some additional notes there. So thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Alsager. It is indeed item number 17. Thank you. Discussion on animals ordinance to address raising chickens in the city limits, but it is indeed item number 17. Thank you, Commissioner Alsager. Commissioner Manager Sens.
Absolutely. The attached ordinance regulates chicken keeping within the city limits. The proposed ordinance allows the raising of chickens and ducks on property zoned for residential use, allows up to 6 birds on lots of 5,000 square feet or less, allows up to 12 birds on lots of 5,000 square feet or more, prohibits roosters, requires a permit which is valid for 1 year, and requires an inspection and compliance with basic sanitation requirements.
Turning to members of the commission, Commissioner Demiroff.
Yes, so what I've heard is a lot of people who want chickens, but I haven't heard anybody complaining about the current chickens in the city. Now, I have only been here since January, but I have yet to hear one complaint about people with chickens. So I wonder if we are actually wasting our time with talking about this when there has not been an issue presented that I've seen. Now, that being said, I think Abby Finney has some good points that we have some ordinances that can keep chickens in check. Perhaps a ban on roosters could be a good thing, but I feel like our time is being wasted on talking about an ordinance when I have heard literally no complaints about anybody owning chickens in the city.
Commissioner Alsager.
I've heard a complaint.
One?
I don't talk chickens with everybody, but it's someone who lives in the city limit who has Union Township property right behind them, and the Union Township property has chickens.
That's not in the city.
Well, it impacts the city resident, but anyhow, and they're very much disturbed because the chickens are perhaps too close to the property line. So I don't know the Union Township ordinance.
Gotcha. Vice Mayor Ake.
I have heard several people complain about chickens in the city, even before we started talking about this ordinance. Last year, 2 years ago, somebody said to me, what is the city doing about chickens? My neighbors on the other side, and I'm not going to tell you where it is, has chickens. So yes, just because you haven't heard doesn't mean that people are not concerned. And I think, sometimes I think for some people, it's problematic. They don't want to spend time calling the city, or they claim, in fact, this person said, if I call the city, they probably won't do anything about it. All right. So I don't know. They were concerned that the city doesn't have a mechanism for monitoring how many chickens their neighbor has. And basically, they accosted me with a question. I'm like, we don't really have a chicken ordinance, so we'll look into that. And then, of course, that came up. So I do think, in many ways, one could say we're wasting time, but I do think that what people are seeking is some clarity. So just in case you don't start having a quarrel with your neighbor over their chicken, flocking into the neighbor's, compound. My comment, however, is that, yes, Abby has some relevant comments, but I do think that maybe just have a uniform thing. If we're going to say the number of chickens, absolutely, just, 6. Forget about the square feet of your space. Just have, no more than 6 chickens or duck or geese, whatever you want to say, regardless of the square feet. I am also, because people are complaining about the proximity of the chicken pens to their property, I do think we do have to be sensitive to people who don't want chickens coming or chicken pens sitting next to their, to their fences. It's, not everybody wants chickens. So I think we need to honor that also.
Commissioner Sklitsky.
Yes, so I've been out doing some canvassing with the COA millage coming up here in the near future. And I came across a lot of residents that
have chickens. I would not have known that walking up prior to knocking on their door. Some of these homes I've even been to the last couple of years in my campaigning process, and even visiting these homes in the past, I would not have identified them being as a chicken owning home. There's limited mess, limited feathers. Yeah, they were just birds hanging out in the yard finally after half a dozen visits to this home. So it kind of got me inspired to take up the offer that we've had from some of our other residents to come and visit some of their coops and where their chickens reside. The kids absolutely love their chickens. The neighbors did not seem to care. Glancing at these homes from the road, you could not tell. There's less mosquitoes in these yards. I know that. Somebody that generally works outside, like, I appreciate the fact that there are, because of the way that society is developed, we have less predators for certain insects, and like ticks that has been on the rise for the last several years with the way the weather has been. Chickens love ticks. And yeah, I feel like we've had a lot of very valid points made this evening, overlapping ordinances that address a lot of the concerns that members of the commission and residents have regarding chickens, about a code is only as good as it's able to be enforced. And there are a lot of codes that are in violation regarding like setbacks with sheds and other things that aren't being monitored or enforced. So to put these regulations just specifically for chickens, it puts us in a situation where I feel like we're being our neighbor's keeper, which doesn't generally generate a lot of community. We start over monitoring and looking to finger point and divide, and it's a neighborhood divided when people are trying to keep an eye out on how many chickens you have. Is that one a rooster? Is that 18 inches setback, or is that 3 feet setback? If we don't have people enforcing these codes, it leaves it up to the residents to try to do so, which is only going to create divide. I have yet to see anybody or hear from anybody come forward to speak publicly or to reach out to me via email or any other way about their issues that they have with their neighbors' chickens. The only issue that I have heard is roosters can be dangerous and roosters can be loud. So I feel like I'm in agreement with Commissioner Demerath at this point in time that I feel like there's a lot more important work that the city can be doing than having a third or fourth discussion on chickens. When it hasn't generally been a problem, and over-regulating chicken ownership I don't feel like the business the city should be addressing at this point in time. So yeah, something simple that we can hammer out very quickly, like prohibiting roosters and no more than a dozen birds. Like, I think that's good enough.
Other members? For myself here, jumping in real quick for, to Commissioner Demerath's point, this has been a topic where I think it's interesting because, yeah, the opponents that I was expecting on this were not the people who wanted chickens. I remember this was actually one of the first conversations I had with Commissioner Bush when I joined on the commission, was her coming to me and me like, would you be interested in supporting like a chicken ordinance to allow for chickens on the city commission? I'm like, yeah, no, I could probably get behind that. She came to me, I think the next meeting after that, and she's like, okay, so I asked city staff and they said, technically there's nothing in the rule book that says you can't have them. Just don't say anything. Just kind of keep it on the down low. And I'm like, oh, okay, perfect. But over the past 4 years, feedback I've received from the community and interest, people who have commented on this to myself, are people who are interested in being able to raise poultry on their property, to be able to have chickens, either, interested in just having pets, interested in having eggs. They're a really enjoyable animal to take care of, as I understand it. I've not had a whole lot of complaints. And I think the intention behind this discussion very much was to enable and to empower residents to be able to partake in that hobby and raising chickens if they so desired. And what we quickly found out is what you are pointing out to us right now, is that, hey, a lot of residents, this is really having the most impact and negative impact on people who currently and actively have chickens. We kind of put the chicken before the ordinance, unfortunately. Thank you for laughing. In any case, yeah, I think to Commissioner Sklitsky's points, I think that I think we could probably deprioritize, like presenting a site plan, I think it'd probably be still good to register your chickens, however successful. That is a great point, however successful. I don't know why, but we register dogs within the city to be able to know who they belong to. That's the primary goal there. It's also so we can, if we found a dog, we could potentially help return a dog. But along with that, I think registering that you have chickens, I think that'd be great. I think needing to have inspections on your developments, I feel, or like on the coop itself, to make sure it's compliant with like code and whatnot, code. I don't think that's going to be, it would be a necessary cost for it. I think the act of just coming in and registering that I have chickens, I have X amount of chickens, would probably be a good way to proceed with that. That's my thoughts there. So, yeah, I don't think, because I think site planning or anything of that nature, that would already be covered by any other ordinances we have on building. I know staff, I believe, was concerned about running electricity out to the coop itself. But if someone's putting in a coop and running electricity out to it, again, I'm pretty sure we have ordinances that cover detached structures of that nature. That's my thought there. So again, I think we could probably emphasize more or better outline bad conditions. If someone's keeping conditions, and like what would a nuisance chicken coop be if someone who has chickens and then just fails to do any kind of upkeep. I think outlining something in that manner, I think that would be what I'm more interested in. Yeah. Commissioner Allison?
I think the site plan piece that we're missing is that that the location of the coop and the run is at least 25 feet from any dwelling on an adjacent property. So you're being mindful of your neighbors.
Yes.
Gotcha. That's an excellent point there, as far as working with that. Director Loria, did you want to, made you wait a bit and everything there, I do apologize.
No, I just want to make sure that I understand that some of the commissioners haven't heard complaints, but I think it's important to know that we do receive complaints about chickens, about the proximity to them in their property lines. And I just don't want a phone call from people that have repeatedly emailed me and complained about them, saying, where were you last night, when things, so we do receive them.
Do you have like a level of complaints? Like, are you getting repeat complaints from one person? Are you getting multiple complaints from
No, they're
different
multiple
people?
complaints from different people.
Do you have like a level? Like, I'm kind of just trying to gauge on how many, how often.
Again, I haven't went back, but I mean, I just did a quick email search and I have 3 of them in front of me.
Yeah, I just want to get a gauge.
Yeah, again, it's a quick email search and I don't even see them all. I think the ones I have were elevated because of, how do I want to say this? Maybe discretion in enforcement is that lack of enforcement, maybe.
Okay.
So, but you need a mechanism in order to enforce it.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to make sure that folks who are paying attention to also understand that when it comes to building safety codes, the city absolutely enforces and monitors building safety codes. I have a report here with 240 different enforcement actions that were taken during the month of June. So I just need to make sure that that is stated for the record. If Commissioner Skalitsky knows of any, please report them to us. We're more than happy to take enforcement action.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ake.
I understand, the desire to be lax about certain things. And I am always concerned about safety, about being inclusive, about being responsive. And even if it is just, 5% of the population that is complaining about chicken as a nuisance and as a problem, I do think we do need to listen to them, because what they're simply asking is some clarity, some mechanism for addressing this. Even the people who are, raising the chicken want some clarity, some mechanism. What would happen if the person who's been complaining to me, or who complained to me more than 2 times, were to say, I've had enough of this. This chicken is very close to my fence, grabs it, kills it, and then eats it. Then what? Right? Okay, we do need some, yes, it may seem as if this is a frivolous engagement with this particular issue, but for some people, I don't think it is frivolous. And for people who I'm concerned about health issues. I've been in communities where they have avian flu. Maybe it won't happen here. I don't know. But these people who are concerned for all sorts of reasons. Okay. And I do think that it is important for us to listen to them. So I think we do need some ordinance here. And I do agree, which is what I said earlier. Make it simple. Let's not make it convoluted. Just clarify it. Provide the community with a mechanism for addressing this particular issue. And the people who are going to raise the chicken, this is what you have to do. They understand the mechanism, they understand the ordinance, so that when they're in violation, they can't say, well, I didn't know what to do. You didn't tell me. There was nothing there. So I think that we do need this ordinance, and we need to make it clear, and we need to make it simple. I'm not so sure whether embedding it in the dog or cat ordinance is the same.
Okay. Discussions, good discussion from members of the commission here. Interest in potential action at this time? Are we comfortable essentially ending conversation? Are there additional statements that want to be made on this right now? Is there a motion that would like to be proposed along with this? Churning.
I had written down discussion only for this tonight. Is that right?
Manager DeSense?
It's up to the city commission. I know some of the feedback I had gotten was much of the conversation that we had here today. And I know going into this too, we had some disagreement in some of the particular conditions of the ordinance. So I hadn't necessarily planned on action, but it's 100% up to the city commission what action you folks want to take.
Yeah. So if there is desired action, we are a new business, so the ability to take that action is there. But from staff, discussion is the big thing there. Again, we remain divided between let them have chickens, just kind of hands off, and a more how much regulation do we put on it? Is there, again, other members of the commission with questions or discussion?
Would we give Manager DeSense some direction on where to go? Develop a resolution or an ordinance language that, for this. I would propose no more than 6, chickens per household, regardless of the size of, the square feet of the property, with the added language about 25 feet proximity from your neighbor's, property, and they have to be registered. no roosters.
Gotcha. There are, so 3 elements to that there, that you described. Limit of 6 chickens per household, just regardless of lot size.
Size, yes.
Talking about, 25 feet for the coop, or are we talking also the run?
The proximity from, yeah.
Gotcha. 25-foot proximity from the property line.
From any dwelling, it says.
Dwellings.
From any dwelling. Gotcha. And the third one, could you remind me?
No roosters.
No roosters. Okay, gotcha. I mean,
If we include duck, would it be chicken and duck total of 6? Or, are we limiting it to, see, this is where it becomes, too complicated. If you're going to do ducks, whatever it is, fowl, chicken, or whatever it is, no more than 6. Let's just limit it.
gotcha.
I would disagree with that because if you have a large lot, you could fit far more chickens on it. So then you're prohibiting the chicken owners, which the whole point is to encourage chicken ownership and have a standard for it. So
I think that just
And
making
feed
it
your
simple
family.
for everybody.
There are multiple different elements of this which have disagreements on. Might I suggest we could go through, rather than seeking consensus on a single policy as a whole, we could go through potentially line by line at a later meeting and vote up and down the different elements of the ordinance.
I agree.
That would allow discussion on each of the different elements of the potential ordinance separately. So that way, again, members of the commission could register their thoughts on that. And it would allow us to move forward in a definitive direction on this versus needing to reach a generalized consensus that staff would need to sift through in drafting their ordinance.
Okay.
I'm seeing some general nods here. Gotcha. Any thoughts to the contrary on that? I'm not proposing that this evening. It's late as it is. Okay, gotcha. So, yeah, we will.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Yeah, please.
Again, I feel like there's much more pressing business the city commission could be addressing rather than kicking the can down the road another few meetings when we are actively pursuing efforts to minimize the lot size for potential residential development in the PRD district to reduce the minimum 50-foot width for these parcels. With sections in here like 91.15 subsection D2, where we have to have at least 25 feet from any dwelling, and we're trying to minimize the lot sizes. We are effectively limiting people's ability to have chickens through regulation. So again, I reiterate the point that we are over-regulating chicken ownership in Mount Pleasant when it doesn't need to be, and we have much more important work to be doing.
Gotcha.
I think we need to come back to this.
Okay. There's always the motion to table if we want no more further discussion on this topic at this time.
I move that we table this and address this at a work session in the future.
Okay. There's a motion to table this for a work session in the future. Is there a second? Okay. Motion fails for lack of support.
Guys, yeah, that's true.
There's no other interest in discussion or motion at this time. We will move on from this item. Let's see. Next item, we have number 8, approval of the agenda items. This was carried over from consent agenda. This was approval of minutes from the regular meeting held July 13th, 2026. Commissioner Demiroff, I believe you asked to have this moved. I'd give you first opportunity to comment on this and make a motion if you were interested.
Yeah, it was just a couple things that needed to be changed within the minutes. Let me find them. One was just a little clerical item. It says in the minutes that Commissioner Alsager requested item number 8 be moved to new business. That was actually number 7. And the other one was during our commissioner comments. Commissioner Skalitsky's comment about what we're referring to as item number 4, the letter from Amy Powell. He did comment on that, and that was not reflected in the minute.
Okay. Are there any objections to those changes from members of the commission? Any discussion on those items? Again, can you see, looking to Clerk Schmelzer for, as she's taking her notes, was it clear the areas was seeking amendment?
Should I clarify the comment that was made during?
If you wanted to clarify the comment.
The comment was in regards to the choice of letter that was written. We have received numerous letters from residents regarding their living conditions, regarding their fear of coming forward with certain issues within their rental property and their inability to come forward due to retaliatory action from their landlords. We have received numerous letters in similar fashion over the past several months, but for some reason it was one that was addressed in conjunction with realtors and apartment owners.
Okay. Is there a motion to amend the minutes as described? Would you like to make that motion?
I motion that we amend the minutes as just described.
Okay. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Demiroff, seconded by Commissioner Skalitsky to amend the minutes as discussed and indicated. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Okay, that brings us into announcements on city-related issues and new business. At this time, we'll switch over to Commissioner Alsager. Anything that you'd like to bring forward?
Yeah, I just have a question, and I'm not sure who can answer this. A friend was telling me a friend who had a friend with an EV wanted to get a fast charge in Mount Pleasant and discovered that there were no fast charging stations for her EV and they had to go up to Clare. Is that true?
I actually don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Jason, you know what? Actually, Director Moore has an EV. And so, yes, he's attesting that that is true.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
Okay.
Thanks.
Wow.
Okay, Commissioner Demiroff.
I just want to say thank you for letting me be on the commission as an appointee. This may be my last meeting, so it's been a pleasure, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ake?
I want to begin by, there was a traumatic incident in the community this weekend. There was a fire that burnt down the house at the intersection of Washington and Wisconsin, I think.
Yes.
Okay, the west corner. I do know the person who owns the house, and actually the person who owns, I do know people who own properties, houses within that particular proximity. I drove past this afternoon and I was very, very worried because I heard about it. I read about it actually maybe late yesterday and early today on Facebook. I didn't know and I was worried. But I've had contact. I went there to, have a conversation with the people living around there. One of the things that they pointed out is the efficiency of our fire department. Because when I drove past there, I wondered why and how the other homes within that proximity did not burn down. And they talked to me about the efficiency, the work that our fire department did. I want to thank our fire department. and the people who went to put out that fire. Not only did they save the lives of people within the other homes within that proximity, but also saved a lot of memories. And the people who spoke to me kept talking about that, how much they were panicked, how they were worried about, everybody was worried. And the one thing that they emphasized was how this was contained. So I know that Director Lopsinger is not here, so I'm going to send a message through Director Loria to Director Lopsinger and to our fire department people and everybody. You know, I understand that it was the collective work of various fire units that came together. And this is one of the things, this is important. I'm emphasizing this because we've talked about the liaison with other communities around us as part of our strategic plan, as part of our work in progress. But the other thing that underscored for me is also the need to pay attention to the fire code, the International Fire and Housing Code that we've been talking about for quite some time. You know, somebody said that this might be an example, a reason for people to make sure that their homes, you know, that the fire code is up to date. So that said, I don't have anything else to say, but I am simply thankful. And one of the persons who was affected said, I want you to relay this to the fire department. I don't know whether to write a letter or not. I said, I encourage you to write a letter, say something. But I am delivering a message. And I'm saying thank you on behalf of, you know, the community and for myself, because it is important to acknowledge the work that our people do. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Perschbacher.
First, I'd like to remind everyone that next Tuesday is our primary election, where we have a special election on there as well. Please make sure that you get out and vote, or if you are willing to vote early, we do have early voting open at this time as well. On July 23rd, 2026, Governor Gretchen Whitmer signed the Rowan Act into Michigan law. The bipartisan legislation took immediate effect as Public Acts 55 and 56 of 2026. The law is named in memory of 6-year-old Rowan Morey, whose life was tragically taken by his father after a failed custody exchange here in Isabella County. Because Rowan's disappearance did not meet Michigan's technical definition of an abduction, an Amber Alert could not be issued. This issue became especially meaningful to me when I read a resolution addressing intimate partner violence at a city commission meeting with Rowan's mother present. Her presence was a powerful reminder that behind every resolution, law, and statistic is a real person, a grieving family, and a community forever changed. Rowan's story also reminds us of the difficult truth. The greatest danger to women and children does not always come from strangers. In the CDC's 2022 data, more than 4,400 women and girls were homicide victims. When the relationship to the suspected offender was known, approximately half were killed by a current or former intimate partner. Many others were killed by relatives, friends, or acquaintances. Among homicide victims younger than 6, federal data shows that more than half were killed by a family member, most commonly a parent. These are not just simply statistics. They represent children, mothers, families, and communities changed forever. The Rowan Act closes a dangerous gap in the Michigan law. It allows authorities to issue an emergency alert when a missing child is reasonably believed to be in danger, even when the circumstances do not yet satisfy the traditional definition of an abduction. It also provides greater protection for children with special needs and expands how alerts can be shared with the public. The reason behind the law is simple. We should not have to wait until danger becomes a confirmed tragedy before acting. No law can bring Rowan home. But because of his mother's courage and determination, his life has created meaningful change. Rowan's legacy will help Michigan respond sooner, search farther, and protect children when every minute matters. We should honor Rowan not only by remembering his name, but by continuing to close the gap that leave women and children vulnerable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sklitsky.
I would just like to piggyback off that and remind and let everybody know that it is too late to register to vote online. If you are not registered, it is necessary to do it in person for Tuesday's election. It is very important that we exercise our right to vote. So, yeah, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sklitsky. Myself, just want to turn to staff. Is there an update for our annual audit at this time?
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. We do have an update on our annual audit. We have submitted everything but one document over to the auditors to get that completed. So we are just waiting on one final bank reconciliation to be completed and sent over as of this evening. After that time, we have everything over to the auditors. They will need some time to review everything that we've submitted to them, ask any final questions, and get their final thoughts around to be able to get that back to us. We have requested what extensions we can. We do have one out there for the GFOA's Certificate of Achievement and Excellence in Reporting. So that one is out there for another extension, which we have to have that completed by 8:30. Outside of that, we did not get an extension with the state of Michigan for a second time. That is standard, and we just do have to submit as soon as possible for that.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the hard work that you and your team are putting in on this. Thank you. Okay. That's it from myself. We'll move on to public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. If you are a member of the public and would like to comment on any item on or off the agenda, please step up to the microphone. You'll be given 5 minutes. If you're using Zoom, please use the raised hand function and indicate you'd like to speak. If you are ready, we can begin. Please state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Fabian Martinez. I am here as a private citizen, and my address is 602 West Broomfield Street. I'm here to discuss the issue of transparency in city government in light of the July 13 City Commission meeting. At the meeting, Commissioner Perchbacher read a letter written by the president of Isabella County Nonprofit Housing Corporation, Amy Powell. The letter, which I believe heavily implies the creation of the Tenants' Rights Commission, is retaliatory in nature. Commissioner Demarath requested disclosure of the Tenants' Rights Commission, or disclosure of the individuals copied to the email. Those individuals included Tiffany Salone Kochalski, Vice President of Isabella County Nonprofit Housing Corporation and owner of Add Value Property Services, and Nancy McGurk, who appears to be the owner of Quality Apartments. Several questions come to mind with this revelation. With the president of Isabella County Nonprofit Housing Corporation ceasing the vice president, how much involvement did the board of the ICNHC have in crafting this letter? Also, why was Nancy McGurk added to the email chain? Commissioner Birchbacher stated, I believe one of them was the person she had sent it to begin with, just to see if what she was saying was reasonable. I believe that was Nancy's. And the other one was part of the nonprofit, I believe. This raises obvious questions. Why was the owner of a for-profit rental company included in an email chain discussing a letter that I believe portrays the Tenants' Rights Commission as retaliatory? Commissioner Skolensky raised an important question at the last meeting. Out of all the letters received from the tenants that were deemed not important enough to read, why was this letter an exception to the rule? This letter, again, that I believe heavily implies the Tenants' Rights Commission is retaliatory in nature, states near the conclusion that I do not offer this statement to assign motive or negative or make accusations. If that was the case, then what purpose did this letter serve beyond creating a negative public perception of the commission? That question is important given the involvement of a nonprofit housing corporation and individuals connected to private rental housing in this city. Speaking of the commission, I have to ask about the steering committee, which contains Commissioners Galinsky, Perschbacher, and Vice Mayor Eke. How many times have you met to speak for the meeting, for the steering committee, for the commission? I just want a number.
Once.
You've only met once. When was this made?
Last Monday.
I'm speaking before
Yeah.
the creation of this.
To be clear, we aren't able to engage in
We're
public
not
comment.
engaged
It's your
in
time to,
conversation.
Okay.
yeah.
Well, seems I'm not going to get an answer to that, so I understand. I would like the city to investigate this matter, considering the relation of the people CC to that letter. I would also like those emails related to this letter released. I will also ask the city to reevaluate its relationship with Isabella County Nonprofit Housing Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. My name is David McGuire. I live at 416 South Washington Street. I wrote down some comments and they're going to change a little bit. I'm going to be a little redundant of Commissioner Eke's comments. Once again, I live at 416 South Washington Street. There was, as the commissioner had mentioned, there was a very devastating and tragic fire approximately 100 feet from my 147-year-old house. We are very saddened for our neighbor. She's lived there longer than I have, and I've lived there over 30 years. It was a very sad event. However, it could have been a lot worse. Unfortunately, she lost her home. But as the commissioner pointed out, there's other houses very close. They're very old and they could go up. And the Department of Public Safety, I'm extremely grateful to them. The police were first on the scene. They made sure my neighbor was out of her house and safe. Then they cleared the way for the firefighters who did an absolutely outstanding job. We were sure when we saw flames, we had big problems. And they did an outstanding job and made sure we didn't, obviously my neighbor had problems, but they limited it to just that house. And it was amazing. And I just want to say kudos to the Department of Public Safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Joseph Carrion. I live on 109 North Arnold Street. So I want to start by saying how much I really want to go back to talking about bicycle infrastructure. But we have a serious problem in the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I know I didn't know Stressman and McGuire were going to be here tonight. And I do want to apologize if that's your wife, McGuire, or anyone in relation to you. That was not my intention at all to bring this up like this. But we have a serious problem, one that needed to be fixed yesterday. So if any of you watched last week's meeting, you might have an idea of what I'm about to talk about, but don't worry, I've had time to cool off. And most importantly, I've had time to think about what the real core problem is. So plain and simple, your ZBA is suffering from complacency and incompetency. I couldn't tell you when this problem started, but I can definitely tell you that your recently retired ZBA member, Orlick, yeah, he was the worst of it. You see, when you deliberately start your speeches with, I've worked here 40 years, so I know what I'm talking about, I immediately question your qualifications. You're honestly telling me that Orlick was here for 40 years and he never once corrected Stressman for any of his blatant biases or illegal voting? You're telling me he worked here 40 years and he had the audacity to tell me that the master plan is only aspirational when we were discussing the gas station on Pickard and Main. For, if you guys don't remember, that was an appeal to a special use permit. And the first criteria of a special use permit says that it must be consistent with the objectives of the currently adopted master plan. So therefore, the master plan was in no way, shape, or form aspirational, and it definitely hold legal standing that day. But they just threw that out. It's just so weird to me that someone who knew what they were talking about, never actually cared about his peers doing their job legally, or could so easily be proven wrong. But that's what happens when you get complacent. Now, Orlick might be gone, but one thing is clear, and that's how much other members looked up to him. It doesn't matter if Orlick was the start of the problem because he sure as hell passed it on. Right now, you have two extremely incompetent ZBA members. That's Stressman and McGuire, right there. I've already told you guys about Stressman's issue where he has no problems at all putting his personal beliefs well above his duties. McGuire, on the other hand, acts like every meeting is his first meeting. Literally. If Manuela wasn't there last week, he would have probably skipped another step, just like he did on the May 27th meeting. And if you guys didn't see that one, your ZBA completely skipped over the public speaking portion of the third public hearing. And the crazy part is, no one caught it. And if you guys don't know how illegal that is, your attorney's right there. I literally had to wait until the meeting was adjourned to go up and tell them. And that's the problem with the rest of your ZBA members. None of them step up to call out the simplest mishaps because people like Orlick, who claim they knew everything, never did anything to correct the incompetence and have now made complacency the norm of the ZBA. Granted, two of your members are new, so I'll give them a little lenience, but Havel's, he has zero excuses to not step in and correct all these issues, especially since he's also a planning commissioner. Havel's has so much experience, he just sits there acting like it's not his problem. And like I said in the last meeting, I'm not looking for anyone to get removed from their position. All of these board members, whether I like it or not, should be given the chance to grow before any action of removal is taken. But I need help. I feel helpless from this side, as all I can do is wait for my 5 minutes of speaking time where it's a one-way conversation. So please help me. And this isn't a plea to just the commissioners. I'm looking at you, Manager DeSense. This is your ZBA. It's not the people's. We don't get to vote for that. So what are you gonna do about it?
My name is Andrew Stacy. I'm at 629 South Lansing. I came for the chickens and to hear everything that was going on tonight, and because I think that all of these decisions affect me and everyone else in the community. With the chickens, I heard a lot of talk about regulating and how we need to regulate, or how the city may need to regulate, but I didn't hear one specific thing about one specific problem that was a complaint to anyone about the chickens. Just that a commissioner was asked, what's the regulations on the chickens, and couldn't give an answer. And I think that having a framework is a great idea with that, because we'll run into problems without it, right? But I hope that the city commission makes decisions in favor of our residents being able to take care of themselves, and not based on residents' insecurities about their neighbors having chickens without even a specific complaint. The other thing that I brought up tonight earlier, it seems like there's a lot of interest in changing the development plans for the corner of Crawford and Broomfield. I heard a lot of talk about a new proposal for a new town center. Again, I don't have as much experience on all of this, but it just seems to me like that would take away from our current town center and our local businesses that have been here for a very long time. To me, the prospect of 50 new homes in town with a price tag of near or over $400,000 does not sound like affordable new housing to locals who need it. Tonight, we heard from at least 10 people who are in favor of these changes. It looks by all means like it's going to go through. And those people all seem to to me to have personal financial motives for the project moving forward. I don't think that the city of Mount Pleasant or its residents can afford to have more private interest groups taking away from the local economy. But I hope that I'm misunderstanding all of it. Again, I don't have a ton of, I haven't heard all of the arguments all along and I haven't read all of them. So that's just, whatever happens with it. I hope that the decision that was made benefits everyone in the community, and I really do. So thanks for letting me talk for a second.
I'm Ryer Triesenberg, live at 1021 Glen Avenue. Just a comment on the letter submitted last week. It seems the letter is being misdirected towards topics like the Tenants' Rights Committee, when I don't believe the Tenants' Rights Committee was the point of the letter. It seems like it was in regard to abuse of power of an appointed official. I grant that the Tenants' Rights Committee is an important topic, but lying to protect a member of the board is an abuse of power, and I'm worried that some of the commissioners are taking personal agendas over their duties. And I am worried that if this doesn't change, that could be a problem. And I hope that there's action taken so that this doesn't continue in the future.
Seth Triesenberg, 1021 Glen. First of all, following up on the firefighters discussion, I would also just like to thank them again for helping save my building. I really feel like they're a great asset to the community. I would say insurance companies not a great asset because I still can't get the dang thing open, but thank you to the firefighters again. And I did read that some were injured, so I hope they are okay. In regards to the letter that was read last week, I am friends with Amy Powell and know what she was trying to do, and I think it's been misconstrued what she was trying to get across. And I believe what she was trying to get across, because I had a conversation with her about it, was she was trying to get across that both sides of the party of renters and tenants need to be able to work together and have communication and be more connected. And I think that has been lost in some frustration and some back and forth. And I just wanted to be clear. I talked to her prior to her sending that. I didn't tell her what to say. She said it, but I know what her point of view was. And she, as someone who was a renter of a property and had some part of that, it was a very difficult process for them. They don't make a lot of money on it. It isn't some where they lose money more often than they make money. And so just to make sure that in any conversation we're having around tenants' rights, renters' rights, anything, both parties should be at the table. And I think that we just need to make sure that both sides of this are heard, or we're going to make decisions that are going to leave someone out. And that's just not American. Like, everyone should be getting along. And just because some people in our politics don't, doesn't mean that it's the right thing is to fight. So I just want to make sure that it's clear what she was trying to say, and I did follow up with her, is she just felt like if we were talking about just the tenants, we're missing the point. Both sides have a point of view, and I'm not saying that the tenants are on the low side of that. It's harder for them. They don't have as much power, but you just can't have a conversation with one side of an argument. So that's all I have to say.
Hello again. My name is Martin Holstein, 1361 South Crawford Street. When the petition for the Christian school comes forward into the meetings, it's always taken as it's a wonderful document, and yet some amount of people signed this petition And I've read it and I've reread it, what was printed at least on the city website. But if on a petition, there is no mention of the location of the facility that they are speaking of, which are people referring to, of what good is this document? Because I have looked at it and looked at it, can't find anything that says we're talking about the southwest corner of Broomfield and Crawford. But maybe I'm not seeing the whole document. Thanks.
Are there any raised hands on Zoom? Any emails? Okay. This time I'm going to go ahead and close public comments on agenda and non-agenda. Okay, I'm going to go ahead.
Oh, we have a raised hand.
Ashley, if you're there, we'll give you the floor. You'll have 5 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Ashley, can you hear us? They have the ability to speak. We can hear you, Ashley.
Yes, you can?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Ashley Petrash, 114 North Lansing Street. You were talking about the EV charging. We do have a fast charger. It's a very good fast charger. It's at the Ford. You can use a credit card. It's accessible. It's 250. I don't know how they measure it, but that is a faster charge than most parts can actually accept. And chickens, yes, I don't think we should overregulate the chickens, and we should carefully think about the way we zone things. And I think leaving all of the trust in the zoning board is a little risky, since zoning boards are appointed and not voted in. And what else? That's basically it. So thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Any other raised hands on Zoom? Okay. Assuming there were no emails in the last 30 seconds or so. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and close public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. We still have a work session this evening as well as a closed session. There is time for a recess at this right now. We're thinking 5 or 10 minutes for members of the commission. 5 minutes recess sufficient? We'll go with 5 minutes. We'll resume at 10:41. and housing related concerns as it relates to Tenants' Rights Committee. This item was motioned for at our last meeting.
I see.
Yeah, Sergeant of Arms, if you want to round up Commissioner Slitsky and compel his attendance. Joking aside and everything, no motions were made. But working with this, Commissioner or Vice Mayor Eke made the motion to have the work session, so I'd want to give you the opportunity to speak first.
Okay, I probably need to fish out my letter. It's in my bag. But I made the motion because when the letter came to us, it came at the end, at a point where we really couldn't spend enough time to discuss it. But I also wanted us to address the concern or whatever the Amy Powell was trying to say, within context, because it connected to the Tenants' Rights Committee. She does mention that. And also the fact that the letter really was addressing a situation between a tenant and a landlord, which from my perspective, I think could have been resolved without coming to the commission. Where I don't have the details other than the fact that Powell stated that the tenant had requested release from their contract. And the question that I had to ask at that moment was, if the tenant were not the person, sitting at this dais, would that tenant have the right to seek release from their contract, or early release from their contract? And I also, part of my gesture was also to address the reality that without a mechanism or a body where such situations as had arisen at that point where Powell felt maybe somebody else should have, intervened. Without that mechanism, without that body, where would a tenant then go to seek some kind of resolution? Or even the landlord, for that matter, go to seek resolution where they could not resolve a situation with a tenant. And, so I felt that however ironic the situation was, that the letter in many ways was actually speaking to the need to have this tenant rights committee. And I did not want us to talk about that letter because I didn't think that the letter was really specifically about the tenant so much as it had to do with, the reference was how it was going to impact the Tenants' Rights Committee. And that was what I was reading. And so I felt that we needed to talk about, even if we talked about that letter, address the concern of that letter, we have to address it within this particular context. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. I mean, why send a letter to us? Okay. So I want us to talk about the Tenants' Rights Committee because it is important. I want us, to look at it within the context of an entity, a body that the tenant could go to, or even the landlord could go to. Although it's called the Tenants' Rights Committee, it also concerns landlords that the landlord can go to say, I cannot, here is this problem that has arisen between me and this tenant. Could you please listen to us? Okay, so that's why I proposed or made the motion that we discuss it within that particular context.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Other members of the commission would like to speak on the topic there.
I'll chime in if I can. I am in agreement. This feels like a matter that is outside the scope of work for the commission. This seems like it is more a private matter between a renter and landlord. And this was actually, excuse me, brought up as a part of concern within our conversation when establishing the scope of work for the Tenants' Rights Committee, is being able to have a place where people can bring their grievances and where resources and information can be directed to the individual party rather than city resources being invested in resolving issues that are more of a personal matter. There is, I feel like there's a big need for us to retain information regarding these issues so we can have accurate conversations with all parties' concerns in mind. But in order to do that, we need to have information. So gathering that information and having a leg to stand on for both avenues, I feel is extremely important. As what's been stated in previous conversations, a vast majority of the complaints that we get are contractually related. So it indicates to me that there is a lack of education on within the parties. Granted, landlords generally know the language that is in their leases. Tenants, on the other hand, are not always educated in the legal language that is put into lease agreements. So there's a lot of room for misinterpretation. I'm not saying that is exactly what happened in this situation regarding the letter itself, but it's one of those things that we need to make sure that we are providing everybody with the most accurate and up-to-date information so that rights can be exercised both on the tenant side as well as the landlords. This was the entire reason I wanted to bring forward this particular body. So that way, yeah, both entities can be informed and represented within the process.
Other members of the commission with comments on this topic? Commissioner Birschbacher.
The reason why I read the letter was not about tenants' rights. I was not planning on reading the letter if it had been brought up in our, on the dais as Mayor Wingard, when he emailed Director Powell back, said, "Thank you for sending this communication. It will without question be included as part of our meeting for the commission and the public to review and discuss further." If we had talked about it, if you had followed what you had said to Director Powell in that email saying that we would bring it up in the meeting and discuss it further, I wouldn't have read it. But you didn't, and I felt that that was you trying to hide what you had done. And yes, people do try to get out of their lease. It happens. But people don't use their status as mayor to try to get out of a lease. I mean, that is never, this should never have been an option for you. So this is why I brought it forward. I think that there are tenants issues within the city. I think that 98, 99% of our landlords are reasonable landlords. And I think that there are a 1 to 2% of the landlords in the city that are, I would consider slum landlords. And I do believe that there has to be some type of vehicle for people to get the resources they need, to get the education they need. Most contracts, I will say, because they are written just like any psychological testing, are written in a 5th or 6th grade level of reading. So it's not as complicated as most people put it out there. But there's a lot of tenants that just do not read their contracts. But that's not why I brought this letter forward. I brought it forward because you made a promise, basically, to Director Powell that we would discuss it, and it wasn't on the agenda. So we weren't going to discuss it unless I brought it forward. It's just like when I had asked for the recusal to be brought forward for that information or that language to be put in the agenda. It wasn't brought forward until I had to state at the dais that I had already sent it to you and I needed you to bring it forward.
Other members of the commission. Commissioner Demerol?
So I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. There is an inherent power imbalance between a landlord and a renter. And when it comes down to signing a contract where you have to sit down and you have to sign it right there, you don't have the time necessarily, nor have it ahead of time to sign this contract. And I think that is a big thing when it comes down to signing a lease. And this can be addressed by a tenants' rights union. And I think it's a very important thing that we could take steps through the committee to change that and give people time to look over those things. So it isn't an immediate thing, because this is their housing. This is a basic need of theirs that they have to have. And if they feel pressured or feel like they have to sign something quickly, they're not going to know what they signed. And I think that's just something we can address with the Tenants' Rights Committee. As for the letter not being addressed, Commissioner Perchbach's comments come before Mayor Wingard's. So to say that he wasn't going to address it, you can't say what he would have said had he had the chance to comment during new business.
But it wasn't on the agenda.
Commissioner Demerol has the floor.
Right, but did he say he would put it on the agenda or that he would bring it up at the meeting? They're kind of two different things.
Commissioner Alsager?
Well, I think that Commissioner Perschbacher read it at the very end of the meeting when commissioners get to say something. So I don't think it was going to be brought up. So I think she did the right thing to read it.
Vice Mayor?
I appreciate that we're having this conversation. And, you know, I as somebody who deals with texts, I read the email. It says, you know, we will discuss it. We also have various opportunities to discuss it, perhaps not necessarily right away. I appreciate Commissioner Perschbacher's, intention, or at least, decision to address this or desire to address this. I think a number of us also wanted it addressed. It was not something, it was not on the agenda, perhaps because there was still time to address it. What I did not appreciate, and I'm going to say this, is bringing it at a point when we had already, yes, it was the end of, the session where we're addressing things with particular interest to the city. It's not giving us the opportunity to have enough time to look at it at that moment. I think one of the things that could have happened is that since we had all received, that letter, because to tell you the truth, the letter came, I couldn't open it up on my computer. I had to ask here. For some reason, I could not open it. I had not read it until we got here. I tried several times before the meeting to read it. It said to me there was an attachment, but I didn't see it. I couldn't open it up until I got here. So some of us had not read it. And so I think that we could have addressed it at this meeting, at a future meeting in relation to what we're talking about right now. I have difficulty with assigning, intentions, to acts that people engage in without really, not without asking them. Okay. And the question that I asked last time, again, and it also is in response to Commissioner Pershbacker's comment about you trying to hide what you had done. And, you know, people do not try to use their status as mayor to get out of a lease. Did Mr. Wingard go to this particular body to say, I want out of my lease as the mayor of Mount Pleasant? If that's not the request, back to my question, remove Wingard as mayor or elected official. Does Wingard, who is leasing from this particular entity as a regular resident, have the right to say, please, can I get out of my lease early because we have bought property somewhere, and that way we don't have to have 2 leases or mortgages or whatever payments. Can we do this? I think, again, to be frank, I think that could have been resolved without the complications that we're now dealing with. And what I do not like or appreciate is the nuance that Wingard is here, and I don't want to talk to Wingard can defend himself. That Wingard, as a renter, as an individual, doesn't have the right to request, release. Because the implications, therefore, is that any one of us in that similar situation, renting as an individual cannot really say, hey, I need this, can I have this, is this possible? And not worry that somebody's going to say to them, oh yeah, you're doing it because you're an elected official. What if they didn't know that he was an elected official? Does he have the right as an individual to just simply ask for that? It seems to me that that's what the request was attempting to do. Even Powell herself indicated that there was no threat. There was no threat, but the person made that request. So as an individual, does this person have the right to just ask? Regardless of who they are, whether they're elected or not elected. Does any tenant really, and that's the question that sits before us, does any tenant have the right to say, hey, can I get out of this? Or this condition is not, fair? Or are we therefore imposing some kind of, restriction by claiming, yeah, we know you, Sklitsky, you are an elected official and you dare not go asking for something because we know you. What if you didn't know me? Would that have made a difference? I want us to be fair. I want this to be equitable. I do not want to start accusing people of things or egregious practices or things they haven't done just because we know that they also have other positions. So, and so what I'm asking therefore is what are the implications of all of that for any one of us? There are 7 of us who sit here. Do we have any right to, as individuals, or should we now start worrying that if we were to go to a restaurant and say, I really don't like, the food that you have served or what you have served, and suddenly you're talking to somebody who knows that you're elected, and then they come over here and say, you were at my restaurant raising fire because you're an elected person and you're trying to use that to get out of something. I want us to just be fair and to look at the situation critically.
For myself?
Yeah, perhaps you need to say something for yourself.
Yeah. For myself on this topic, if, as was brought up earlier in public comment, if the intention of Director Powell was to just state that all sides need to be able to communicate with each other, that did not come across at all in reading this letter. Director Powell plain and simply aggressively misrepresents normal communications between a landlord and tenant to further their political agenda. Question I would ask of Commissioner Perschbacher and Commissioner Alsager, who have concerns in this matter. How did I get out of my lease?
I don't,
How did I get out of my lease?
well, according to the
tell
letter.
us.
No, I'm not the one bringing an accusation forward
But I
publicly.
have to
Is
say-
there not an ethics policy and a grievance process that could have been filed in this instance? Is none of that there? Have you filed a grievance with the city attorney saying you need to investigate this?
Maybe he hasn't read his email yet.
Glad to hear it. I'm open to it. My question, how did I get out of my lease? I moved across town. How long was the communications going forward? What kind of term on the end of it were we talking about? None of this is actually represented in the letter. The letter states that the mayor didn't get what he wanted, so he immediately turned around and somehow cornered Director Powell, who's one. That's not anything. That's not anything true to what actually occurred.
Okay. And then an investigation won't hurt.
Why
So,
investigate?
Because
talking about this.
as elected officials, we are not held at the standard of the residents. We're held above that. And Director Powell is not a person who points fingers just because. I've never known her to do that, and I've known her for a very long time.
Okay.
I have been a renter in this community from 2009 to 2020. Anytime that I was ready to move, I made sure that I read my lease and I moved accordingly. I've never requested to get out of my lease early. There have been times that when my lease was up, I asked to go to a month-to-month lease and I informed the landlord because I was looking at moving to a different location.
I think that's a really amazing experience and one not shared by most tenants within the community. I think most people who are renting in this community are experiencing contracts.
But if you read your contract, it will say that if a lease is not signed and the landlord allows you to remain, you can rent month to month. Many of
While I
them do.
appreciate the desire to review my ability to read a contract, that's not what occurred. What occurred, I asked. I did ask. What did they tell me?
Well, I don't know, because unfortunately and fortunately, I am not a mind reader.
But did you ask?
They said
But
no.
according to this, the letter, it says that they offered a reasonable way for you to get out of your lease.
Did you ask what that was?
But your frustration with this
My frustration with this stems from
says a lot.
My frustration with this is that my personal information, my personal experience is now the center of litigation.
It's not litigation.
No, that's what's occurring here. I could give you 3 months worth of text messages and phone calls between me and my property manager orchestrating showings for the apartment. I could provide those to you. Would that satisfy your interest, Commissioner Perschbacher, to read through all those text messages?
No, I'll just allow the attorney to look through all that.
So why bog down the commission in this manner? If you could just simply pass this
Because
to the
you
commission?
had said in your email to her that it would be.
And it was included in the agenda under receipts of petitions and communications,
But it was
and you
for
brought it
discussion.
forward.
Yeah, because you did not bring it up for further discussion.
I was pretty certain someone would bring it up for communication. Someone has a lot of interest in gaining political points and docking people down. So I was pretty certain someone would bring it up at the end of the day. Talking about this, though, the fact that the two furthest right members of the commission readily embrace a political attack against someone that they see they want to take down a few pegs, sure, fine, I'll take that. But at the end of the day, this letter does strike at the core of the conversation about tenancy.
Okay.
I wouldn't even say that this is an issue where the contract wasn't read well enough or anything. I had the audacity to ask if this was something that could happen. They told me no, and we moved on and found a different solution. But now here we are having this debate, and it's bogging down and detracting because someone in the community thought, tenants, they should know their place, really. I can't think of a message that, the people of Emmanuel Village would take away from this, or the people currently letting in the apartment that we sublet. I can't think of a message that they would take away from this other than don't ask your landlord for any kind of assistance. And that's why I think it's important that we have a tenants' rights committee. That's why I think it's important that we have a body that can advocate for it, because again, immediately jumping on a political attack because you can score a few points without really taking into account what is the impact on the broader conversation, on the rest of the community, I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong. Talking about this, as I understand it, the Tenants' Rights Committee, the steering committee, yourself, Vice Mayor Eke, and Commissioner Sklitsky have brought forward a draft proposal. I leave that to Commissioner Sklitsky. I believe as chair, if you wanted to examine or bring any of those items forward right now.
Yes, if there's no objection from the rest of the commission, I'll go ahead and read the proposal that we have in regards to the Tenants' Rights Committee and the scope of work for it. The purpose of the committee, number one, to gather, analyze, and report data related to rental housing conditions, tenant concerns, and housing stability within the community. Two, promote education and public awareness regarding tenants' rights, responsibilities, and available housing resources, which is exactly what this touches on. Three, review existing local housing policies, ordinances, and practices, and provide recommendations for improvements. Four, facilitate constructive dialogue between tenants, housing providers, municipal staff, and community stakeholders. Again, directly to the heart of this. And five, supporting housing policies that promote safe, fair, and equitable rental practices. Do we wish to open up for discussion the purpose of the committee, or should I continue on with the duties and responsibilities?
I think we should.
I'd say go on.
Okay. The committee shall serve in an advisory capacity and shall have the following responsibilities. A, data collection and analysis, gather information regarding tenant complaints, housing conditions, code enforcement trends, and other rental housing issues. Identify recurring concerns and emerging housing trends. Maintain records and produce periodic summaries of findings. Utilize available public data and community feedback to support recommendations. B, education and outreach. Develop and recommend educational materials regarding tenant and landlord rights and responsibilities. Again, to the heart of this letter, promote access to housing-related resources through public meetings, workshops, and community partnerships. Encourage public participation in discussions relating rental housing issues. And support efforts to improve awareness of local housing ordinances and available assistance programs. C, policy review and recommendations. Review existing housing-related ordinances, policies, procedures, and enforcement practices. Identify gaps in tenant protections and housing stability initiatives. Recommend policy changes, ordinance amendments, or new programs to the commission and, when appropriate, the city council. Submit written reports containing findings and recommendations. Section 4 regards to membership of the committee. Apologies for the mistake on here. We'd actually settled on 7 members of the committee. 2 of them being 2 tenant representatives, a representative from non-housing provider,
Nonprofit.
nonprofit, a representative for-profit housing, one of the city commissioners, a member of code enforcement or housing inspection representative, and a representative from the Housing Commission. This would give
Seven.
members, total. I feel like this would be a fairly, pretty fair, way to have representatives from both sides of, the realtor and landlord. Or tenant and landlord. 5, code of conduct. Because there are members of this commission that are going to have opposing, ideals, I think that it's important to have a code of conduct so that way we can maintain civility. Recognizing the tenants, landlords, and other stakeholders may hold differing interests and viewpoints. Committee members shall conduct themselves in a respectful, professional, and collaborative manner. That code of conduct includes members shall treat all participants with dignity and respect, focus discussions on facts, data, and policy solutions, avoid personal attacks, harassment, or discriminatory conduct, work in good faith toward identifying practical solutions that benefit the community. In regards to reports, the committee shall provide periodic updates to the commission and shall prepare a final report containing a summary of collected data and findings, educational activities conducted or recommended, identified housing trends and concerns, recommendations for policy changes, new programs, or ordinance amendments. There was a suggested duration for this committee. The committee shall be established for an initial term of 18 months from the date of appointment of its members unless extended by the action of the commission. Prior to the expiration of the term, the commission shall review the committee's work and determine whether it should, 1, continue as an advisory committee, transition into a permanent board or commission, or conclude its work upon submission of its final report. I believe the majority of this all goes to the heart of this letter, making sure that everybody is educated on routes and providing additional avenues for dispute resolution. I feel like if we can maintain a good collection of information, it'll give us a precedence and a standard to operate from, as well as being able to address some of the housing ordinances that are lacking, not just in in Mount Pleasant, but also in Michigan as a whole.
Commissioner Demeroff.
So I want to make this point. We sit up here, 7 members, minus Grace, but she is included. We all own our home. There are no representatives on this board that are renters. We are in a city where I've heard different numbers, but more than 50% are renters. We are not a representation of our community at all. And this was, to me, supposed to be that. And when you only put 2 tenants on that, I think that that is disrespectful to the idea of this committee. That being said, I think that that is completely wrong. But I will say this, I think that the code enforcement or the housing inspection representative should be wow, I cannot speak. Thank you very much. Wow, I'm not even gonna try. What you said, sorry, I'm tired. Should be a liaison.
Yes.
No, I'm done. To the committee rather than part of the committee. Most boards have a professional that oversees them, such as the zoning board has the building official. And I think if we remove that person, we can place another tenant on it and that person works as the word I can't say. Anyway, that is one of my suggestions.
Yeah, may I respond?
Vice Mayor Acker.
First of all, we met and we had a robust conversation about this and sort of came up with this. So I just want to indicate that the 3 of us met and, put this together. I am amenable or open to Commissioner Demeroff's, comment about the code enforcement or housing inspection representative serving as a liaison, to the commission. In this case, this person would be a non-voting. A liaison is a non-voting member, so they don't get to vote. So you can add another person in here. who then, is able to vote. But if you wanted to expand it into, and since this code enforcement person is affiliated with the city, then we don't need somebody from city admin because this person will be affiliated with the city. I do think that it is important. I mean, there are several things in here that address, actually connect again with what we're talking about, which is, to put together, to create a mechanism for addressing, wrong or at least potential experiences of harm or, dispute. The role of this committee is not to be punitive. That's not the role of the committee. The committee doesn't have the power to say, we're going to punish your due, but we do, using the information that, the committee has, the committee can say, this is where you go. If the committee, based on the committee's purposes and responsibilities, the issue cannot be resolved by the committee can then say, go to, here is where you go. Here is where, where you'd find the resources. It is important. One of the things, you've heard me say several times, I have investigated a number of housing complaints, not for the city, but under the, as part of my, task for when I, as the human rights, Isabella County Human Rights Committee. And so this is county-wide. It's not, a lot of the investigations were in Mount Pleasant, but there were quite a few of them outside Mount Pleasant. And one of the things that came up again and again and again, regardless of how much we read text, is that people sometimes forget the text of their lease, right? A lot of people don't know where the resources are. And I found that out over and over and over, that they didn't think they had any rights. They were worried about the fact that if they said anything, they were going to be thrown out of their homes, especially if they were on fixed income. They didn't know where to go, where the resources were, or they did not, they hadn't read their leases or had forgotten some of the, articles, the terms in their leases. And so having a body like this makes it possible, helps both tenants or renters and landlords, to at least have a mechanism that is objective. And I'm seeking objectivity here, where this particular body does not, is interested in fairness, equity, right? Representation of voices. The body is objective. It's making decisions independent of who they are and using information gathered, as opposed to, oh, I feel like, and so it's important for us to set up something, this body. And there are a number of cities that have tenants' rights committees, even tenants' rights centers. We're talking about Ingham County, right? They do have a tenants' rights center, by the way. I used to live there. But they have committees. So I think we are, on the right path. And I do think that it is important for us to establish this.
Commissioner Alsager.
I just have two things. I like Commissioner Demarath's suggestion to add another tenant representative. And then I have a question. I understand we have a good housing commission, but then when you relate that to the second bullet of a representative of a nonprofit housing provider or affordable housing organization, could that just be the same person? Or are they two distinct people?
Two different people.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, well, that answered my question. Manager DeSense has his hand up.
Manager DeSense.
I just want to chime in related to board liaisons. Typically, we have intuitive positions that make a lot of sense. So for audit committee, for instance, you've got the finance director who is the board liaison to audit committee. But typically, these assignments are done in-house. And it's typically because it's assigning work amongst the staff. So I do ask that we at least have the ability that that board liaison be assigned in-house. So for instance, I just wouldn't want to have, let's say, a code enforcement officer on something like that. Those code enforcement officers are paid by an hourly wage. You would have overtime. There's the potential that their schedules don't line up with evening meetings or those kind of things, which is why usually we try to have salaried employees on those kind of things. So I just want to make sure that the ability to assign the liaison will still remain within City Hall, but assure the City Commission that a board liaison would absolutely be assigned upon the request.
Okay.
Thank you. Thought process, thought I wanted to put forward on this. I personally, thinking about, amount of work that like we can get done in 18 months. I was interested in potentially just extending it out to 24 months. Just again, I feel like that's rather than ending it partway through a term, or through a year, it is just 2 calendar years. One to get the feet under, one to produce results, or like interest of direction. That was my interest there. And I think, let's see, 24 months from the date of, I would say, its first meeting, versus 24 months from the date of appointment of its members. That was the most practical feedback that I had. I think there are a few language things, but I'm not going to bore everyone with that. But I did want to highlight, I thought this was a very great recommendation. I think the committee put together and assign it to a committee to bring back a recommendation that was more actionable, was a good direction for us to head in. Under section B, education outreach, it says promote access to housing related resources through public meetings, workshops, and community partnerships. That's available for landlords. That's not just something that, is just for tenants. It's educating people on like, hey, how can you better interact with and support like the people that you're working with, which there is a lot of interest from there. So I think this is a very good proposition, or a first draft here for us to work with. Again, unless there is objections, we can't really motion or anything, but as this was not able to make a publishing deadline for the packet, I just had asked that this was included as part of the meeting minutes under the work sessions for the public review. There's a lot of interest in this topic, so everyone kosher with that and everything.
I was gonna say, as for minutes, I would not put a draft of a resolution if it isn't a finalized resolution or approved by the board, because if it's a draft and making mention, I didn't know if this wasn't, I didn't know it wasn't finalized, that's why I didn't.
Oh, this isn't finalized.
Okay,
Yeah, and we
so-
can't vote on it either. Yeah.
I can make a mention in the work discussion, like a draft of a resolution was read from the steering committee was read, but I would not put a draft.
Put that
resolution
much in it?
Yes, yeah.
In that case, we would just want to make sure that the draft is at the very least included in next minutes under receipt of petitions, communications. Again, there will be people reaching out wanting to see it. So there's that interest there. So just wanting to keep that moving. So I appreciate the feedback though, Clerk Schmelzer, on what's practical and actionable. It's good. It's good feedback. Yeah, and Commissioner Alsay.
Oh, I just wonder why it starts with section 2.
There was information that was put in there that was not relevant to everything, and I just clipped that off.
So get remembered.
The information that was necessary to come before the commission was all there for us to make a decision and move forward with.
Yeah.
No, it looks good.
Yeah, it's a draft. But it's pretty good. I think it contains a lot of good information. So to the 3 members of the Tenants' Rights Commission, great job bringing this forward, I think. Let's see, unless there's any further discussion on that item, we have a closed session still this evening. Does anyone want to go ahead and read the language to make the motion?
Like to make a motion that we move into closed session regarding the open pursuant to section 8H of the Open Meetings Act, consider material subject to attorney-client privilege.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to move into closed session pursuant to the Section 8H of the Open Meetings Act. We'll need to take a roll call vote. Meanwhile, everyone else who's not authorized, please start to clear the well. But Clerk Schmelzer, if you want to take the roll.
Commissioner Skaletsky,
Here.
Commissioner Alsager,
Yes.
Commissioner Demmer,
Here. Yes.
Commissioner Perschbacher,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Eke,
Yeah.
Mayor Wingard,
Here, yes.
motion passes.
Where's the here coming from? It's just like, all right, as soon as Director Loria gives us the all clear and we see the cameras off and everything, we'll go ahead and